Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order. We're here today to hear four agendas we have today. So the first up is House Bill 1439 HD2 relating to eviction mediation. First up is HPHA. Okay.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Hawaii Housing Authority stands in its testimony in support. Thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Appleseed. Gavin, sorry.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Gavin Thornton on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed, here to testify in support of the bill. Thank you so much for considering it. Just wanted to flag a proposed amendment increasing the cap on rental assistance to $8,000. Wouldn't increase the cost, would just increase the flexibility of the rental assistance piece. Other than that, would like to stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Realtors. Hi.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. My name is Lindsay Garcia from the Hawaii Association of Realtors. We stand on our testimony offering comments. We support the intent of this measure. We just respectfully request an effective date of November 1st to give our organization time to develop the standard forms for the industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's all who signed in the front. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Public Health Authority, what do you think about the $8,000 dollar amount limit?
Thank you, Representative. We're good with that number as well. We're here to serve. Our the legislation would like us to.
How many people would use that 8,000?
We believe that there are a lot of folks. I don't have the exact number. The bill itself calls for the 5,000 in the form of 3,000 upfront payment and 4 equal payments, or divided into equal payments. If you do the 8,000, we just increase the portion of the 8 months.
But the maximum of either 5,000 or 8,000 is regardless of how much relief each person needs. Is that my understanding?
That is also my understanding. The bill as currently written, no matter what the need is, we can max it at 5,000. If you folks amend it to 8,000, then that will be the max, and we'll pay up to that number.
But it's regardless of how much relief, how would you say, financially impoverished people are.
As it's written, that is our understanding right now.
Is there any way of factoring in a person's need?
We can certainly come up with some language if that's the pleasure of the committee. We can suggest some language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Sorry, Hakeem,
You have something?
a few more questions on the 8,000 amount. How are we getting, like, is somebody renting a unit like monthly at 4,000 a month, and that's how we're getting to 8,000 after 2 months, or how are we getting to this 8,000 a month,
I
or
think
8,000 relief amount?
I believe this is for folks who go through mediation. They're back. I don't think there is a kind of limit as to how many months. Maybe Gavin could shed more
if someone
light on
can
that.
discuss how we're
Yes.
getting to the 8, it seems high, that's why. I don't think, we're not trying to target people renting homes at $8,000 a month, right? We're not trying to give relief to those kinds of people.
No, absolutely not. I appreciate these questions. So we did an analysis of the pandemic rent relief and mediation programs, found that they were tremendously effective. That's the basis of this proposal, wanting to continue those. When we did that analysis, we looked at the rent relief payouts that were made under the program, and we looked at the averages. In our written testimony, I believe it mentions some of the averages. If not, I'd be happy to supply that.
Okay.
But the way that it works, it's not intended to provide rent for someone that pays $8,000 a month. Not at all. It's intended to help cover the back rent for people that have gotten behind over a period of months. And so what we're proposing is that there is, I believe it's $3,000 available for the prospective relief going forward, capped at $500 a month. Give people 6 months rather than 4, what's currently in the bill. Give them 6 months to get stable, to hopefully be able to stabilize their situation so they can maintain their unit. And then have $5,000 available, but probably not used for most people, to cover the arrearage. And that $5,000 figure that we wanted to be available for people was just based on looking at the averages of what was actually put out under the pandemic rent relief programs, if that makes sense.
Okay, maybe a question for Lindsay then. Thank you. Lindsay, are your clients or are the landlords waiting until rent gets to 5,000 or 8,000 before they're filing suit? Like, are they filing suit like 1 month after the rent's not paid, or what are we looking at?
That's a good question, Representative. I actually don't know for sure, and I can get back to you about this, but I can say that we are supportive of the rental relief portion, but we don't currently have an opinion on the amounts.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we're going to go, okay, I'll get to you. Okay, we're going to go back to questions. Normally, we don't allow once we're, back to the testifier. Normally, when we move into questions, we don't allow people to testify. But because this was the first bill, and then people may be whatever. But we're going to allow the testifiers on Zoom to come in at this point, but this is an exception. Go ahead. Okay, first up is Nicole Wu.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committees. Thanks for letting us on Zoom submit our testimony this way. I'm with Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks, and I'll simply stand on my written testimony in support of this bill. Thanks for hearing it.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have one more. Okay, Housing Hawaii Future.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sterling Higa, representing Housing Hawaii's Future. We stand by our written testimony and just want to point out that pro-supply policies have to coexist with pro-tenant policies. HB 1439 is a step in the right direction in ensuring that there is more parity between renters and their landlords, and we stand in strong support. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, we'll continue with questions. Representative Kilo.
Mahalo, Chair. Is anybody from the Attorney General's office here? No. You? I have a question. I know you might not be prepared on this House bill, but my question is, if a landlord does not want to participate and the tenant is seeking this program, are we holding anybody liable, or would you know?
I unfortunately do not know this, but I can relate this to the appropriate deputy.
Okay, because I know it's a pilot program, but what happens in the case that we appropriate the money and then one party agrees to participate but the other doesn't? Is there any legal ramification? Or can folks seek legal ramification?
Basically enforcement.
Yes.
Or making people do it.
If you're able to get that to Chair Yamashita, please.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
do that. Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Hakim Gwensafi, Housing. Hakim, what percentage of Hawaii's population are renters versus owners?
Oh my goodness, I don't have that. I'm sorry, I don't have
I
that
think it's a
information,
majority
but we can get it.
of renters compared to the mainland. We're sort of maybe in the 55% or so are renters. How many, my question though is, how many people get evicted? Is this a post-COVID hangover that this bill comes out of, or is it, this is happening all the time and we better get a whole handle on it with this mediation?
I think it's been happening for a while, but COVID has, the programs that were instituted in COVID has inspired this bill to continue to help those folks.
What are you got any numbers about how many evictions, out of 100, how many evictions go to this level of?
I don't have that information.
Does anyone have that information? You know, please, sir. Some metrics are always helpful for finance.
So it's about 2,500 evictions a year that go through the court process, and the vast majority of those end in eviction. And so this, you know, that's been the number for quite a few years pre-pandemic. So this is an intervention. Eviction was a problem before, still going to be a problem. This is an intervention using lessons learned from the pandemic. And then, so we did a whole Urban Institute supported analysis on this that has the figures that I don't have in my head, but I can share with you about the efficacy of the mediation portion of the program in particular. You know, it was something like 80% of mediations going through the pandemic programs resulted in settlement, and 80% of those resulted in the tenant remaining in the unit, which is drastically different from what was happening before. So like 20% of settlements resulting in, these are off the top of my head, but that's in the ballpark of what they actually were.
2,500 evictions. Of those,
Yes.
What percent went to mediation? You didn't say.
We don't actually know what percentage of those typically went to mediation pre-pandemic. Mediation, so one important thing that this bill does is it creates pre-litigation mediation before they actually go to court, before a case is filed. And we heard from landlord representing attorneys how important that was before people like really plant their flag in the sand, whatever the metaphor is, to get them into mediation so people haven't made decisions already. This person's getting evicted. We don't know what the number was that went to mediation pre-pandemic because it was always court ordered and it varied by court circuit and what the judges would do.
So will this bill encourage or discourage that legalistic process?
It will require pre-litigation mediation. And so for any case that's going through the court process, it will require an offer of pre-litigation mediation. The tenant can choose to participate or not. If the tenant chooses not to participate, then the landlord can proceed with the eviction action. To actually answer Representative Keela's question, the only way to access the rent relief is by the parties participating in mediation. So a landlord could participate in mediation if the tenant chooses to do it. But the landlord could say, no, I don't want to settle. I don't want to take rent relief. That's fine under the bill. But the allure here, what worked during the pandemic, was the combination of pre-litigation mediation and the rent relief, which makes it a win-win for everybody involved. Landlords have the opportunity to get that arrearage and their future rent paid, which is a huge incentive, which I think is why, like, we have landlord attorneys that have supported this this bill. Okay.
Chair, one last question. The 2,500 is pre-COVID or
Pre-COVID
during COVID?
numbers.
What are the numbers so far then in 2022? Well, it's still
I do
COVID
not.
though.
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head.
There should be less, I would think. COVID had a lot of difficult landlord-tenant relationships.
Yeah, it was, I mean, things were really messed up and unusual because there was the eviction moratorium, then the lifting of that and a phasing in through the Act 57 bill, which is part of the basis of this idea. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact
I
figure.
have constituents who had tenants who didn't pay their rent, but they just bought Teslas. And it was like, they got their subsidy, but they're not paying me. Anyways, hopefully it's going to straighten itself out. Thank you for the numbers, though.
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, Representative Ayub.
Sorry, one last question. Is there anything in this bill that, prevents a person who could otherwise pay their rent from getting the benefit under this bill if they choose not to pay their rent?
So, I mean, they have to be getting evicted. They have to go through mediation in order to be able to access the rent relief. our thinking, and I could share more about this in writing, is that the amount that's available under the program, it's significant, it's going to help a lot of people, but it's low enough that it's likely that people aren't going to, like, they have to show up like on Zoom or in person for the mediation. They're not going to be able to scam the system because of those features, like the relatively low amount, the needing to show up in person. Is that
8,000 is
answer?
relatively low to you?
No, it's significant. It's significant.
And showing up to Zoom for an hour is a lot of friction for a person to get $8,000 in rent relief? That's what you're...
I mean, I think it's contact with the mediator who can identify, figure out whether this is an issue. I think it's unlikely that people are going to be trying to game the system by just, I'm not going to pay my rent, and then I'll go through this program. I mean, the landlord can always evict them. Like, I suppose if the landlord and tenant colluded, and the tenant was like, hey, I'm not going to pay my rent, and then we can show up at mediation together, and then you'll give money, and maybe I'll give you some extra money on the side. I don't know, but it seems like an outlier situation to me.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 1397 HD1 relating to supportive housing. First up is Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. My name is Scott Morishiga, Administrator for the Benefit, Employment, and Support Services Division on behalf of our Director, Kathy Betts. The department stands in support of this measure and offers some written comments, and will stand on the remainder of our testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. HBHA.
Thank you again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and thank you for hearing this bill. So we stand on our testimony in support. Thank you.
Office of the Governor, James Koshiba.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, James Koshiba, Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness, and I'll stand on my written testimony in support, and I'll be here for questions.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom? Yeah, hold on. Okay, ARP.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Audrey Suganakagawa, Advocacy Director for AARP. AARP stands in strong support of this measure. You know, affordable housing, affordable supportive services is really the missing link for many of our populations, very vulnerable populations who are at risk. And having these services incorporated with affordable housing will really make a difference. For Kapuna, that would mean having someone coming into their home to help with their chores or deliver meals, or coordinating with other resources that are in the community can really make a difference for whether the individual will be able to continue living independently in their own residence or being institutionalized, which is much more costly and not preferred. So we really appreciate the opportunity to test in strong support of this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Catholic Charities.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson, representing Catholic Charities. We stand in strong support of this bill. This bill would, of course, help the homeless very much. In order to end homelessness, you have to have supportive services. When you see people on the street, they're there for a reason. They need to have housing, they need to have affordable housing, and they need the services. And this bill puts it all together. It's a comprehensive plan, and it's a pilot so that we can test it and see how it works and see what the good models are. And I think that would serve the purpose of the state to try to prevent homelessness, to get people off the streets, which is such a crying need from all our citizens. We're hearing that. And also for the other populations that would really decrease costs for services to seniors if they're institutionalized and things like that. So it would impact many people, but this pilot project is really the first important step. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. HST, do you want to testify?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Denise Iseri Matsubara for HHFDC. We want to stand in support of this. This is new for me. In working with the legislature, we realize the role that we have to play in this, and so we support this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Ward.
The governor's coordinator on homelessness. Just to be clear, does this get the unit and the supportive services within the unit, say for example, the homeless? And the question is, where are you going to get the empty units to do this?
Well, I believe the bill provides both for funds for capital costs, so it could be new construction or acquisition. It provides a rental subsidy that follows the tenant, or that follows the project, excuse me. And it also provides funds for supportive services. So they would be bundled together.
So this is
and they
going to
would be
build
on
units
site.
at $200,000 to $400,000 a pop. You're talking about brick and mortar building the units,
I
not
believe,
small,
I believe,
tiny Kauhali.
No, this is permanent supportive housing.
So how much money
Yep.
are you looking for?
I think the original version of the bill, and I consulted with the representatives that helped to craft and draft the bill. The original amount for the capital costs, and maybe there are other agencies that can speak better to it than I can, but I believe the original amount was $50 million, and the estimate was $500,000 in capital costs per unit.
Yeah, I think that's really a small amount, actually. If you're really talking about brick and mortar for the homeless and the other one. What's an example of the supportive services? Assuming now we got the unit, what does this do in addition to that?
Yeah, I think there's a range of different kinds of services, and it really depends on the needs of the particular group. But for example, ongoing case management services. So, my area of knowledge is really related to folks experiencing homelessness. And a lot of times, where the priority, the goal is to get people housed quickly, kind of consistent with the housing first model. Get people housed, and then help them take additional steps that they need to take to move forward in life. That might be employment, it might be
drugs,
treatment, it could be mental, physical health. So making sure those services stay connected to folks once they're placed, I think, is part of it. There's also several people, I know several examples personally of people who the process of moving into housing from the street or from a shelter is a transition. It's a significant transition for folks. And so there's a need for not just the physical and financial health, but to have social supports as well to help people manage that transition.
Last question is, how does this relate with the governor's Kauhali, and if these supportive services will go into the Kauhali tiny units, or it's totally separate?
No, these services will be attached to the folks that occupy these permanent supportive housing units. So the Kauhali is a separate kind of category. It's one of the supportive housing is one of governor's 5 priorities around homelessness, and Kauhali is a second kind of non-traditional, demonstrating non-traditional, low-cost, low-impact forms of housing.
A few thousand people to house.
Yeah.
The numbers aren't going down. I think this is it's a good experiment, but you don't have enough money to really do the brick and mortar, which this one tries to do. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For HFDC, is the lapse date of 2026 okay?
If we're looking at the rental housing revolving funds, the lapse date should work well if the monies are available for a 2024 financing round. So the rental housing revolving funds would have to be made available competitively, and we would preferably launch it in a 2024 round. So right now, it appears to be working, but generally they take about 12 to 18 months to close a loan. So if you back it up from there, it may run into 2026. So 2024, you do the round. 2025, almost to 2026. They
But
need
that's
some
if
time.
everything goes well.
That's if everything goes well.
The problem is
The
that's not the
permitting
real
goes
world.
well. The
So in the real world, is 2026 okay?
like I said, generally 12 to 18 months to close a loan. If we do 2024,
So, yes.
it looks like it could make it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 674 HD1, relating to Hawaii Public Housing Authority. First up is HPH.
Thank you again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand in strong support of this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hawaii Realtors? Okay. Is anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions? No questions. Okay, we'll move on to the next bill. House Bill 1395 HD1 relating to housing, HPHA.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members, questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 497 HD1 relating to housing. Okay, first up is School Facilities Authority.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Chad Keone Farias, School Facilities Authority. We stand on a written testimony in strong support of this bill.
Thank
and
you.
Available for questions.
Okay, HSTA.
Aloha Chairs, member of the committee, Laverne Moore, speaking on behalf of Osatui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. We strongly support this bill. Everyone knows we have such a great shortage of educators and teachers, and this would be a means of being able to recruit and retain our effective educators. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Housing Hawaii Future.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sterling Higa on behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future. We stand by our written testimony and just want to point out that there are a ton of state and county lands that are ripe for this kind of housing development, and we would encourage this project, but also many more like it. The single largest expense for development, especially in the urban core, is the land cost. If you can use state land to bring that down, you make development much more viable. So we hope that this is a model of using these school sites that are either unutilized or underutilized to build housing so that we can attract teachers, but also so that we can provide for the housing needs of our workforce. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions?
I have a question, Chair.
Representative Kila.
School facilities.
Good morning, Representative.
Good morning. We don't have anything like this right now currently in the state, right?
No, we don't.
So every time that we're proposing workforce housing, does it have to go towards we have to conduct a feasibility study?
No, I don't think we'll have to do it every time, but since this would be the first, and with the limited amount of staff, I believe we should do a feasibility study. It's one thing to do this project because it's right for it, but it's definitely one thing to do it correct.
And I'm supportive of it, but is it in the best interest to maybe have it at a property with older students versus an elementary school?
Yeah, so the good thing about this property is there's no students on it. The hard work, we believe, has been done in terms of, it becomes very difficult to figure out what to do with students. So this site does not currently have students on it.
Because I think that's the conversations too with Nanakuli High School.
Absolutely.
And I just was trying to figure that out. But
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank
That
you.
answers my question. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the House Bill 814 HD1 relating to affordable housing. First up is the Attorney General.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Allison Cato, Deputy Attorney General. We provided written testimony in relation to basically a clarification of the subject title connection, which is a constitutional requirement. The title of the bill is relating to affordable housing, but the bill doesn't specifically state that it's for affordable housing, specifically that the institution's housing development is for affordable housing. To remedy this, we recommend specifying that the housing units must be affordable. Specific revisions are noted in our testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Housing Hawaii first.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Good to see you again so soon. Sorry that it's just a disembodied torso. We support this bill. One of the single largest expenses for families, accounting for roughly 15% of their expenses, is transportation. If you can develop on-site workforce housing, you can potentially eliminate this transportation cost for families, which radically increases their quality of life, allows them to spend more time and invest more money into their communities rather than private automobile ownership. We support this bill and hope that you will as well. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, questions? Okay, we're going to move on to House Bill 360 HD2 relating to housing. First up is HHFDC.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Denise Matsubara, HHFDC. With all respect to the bill's introducer, we have serious concerns with this bill or anything that could delay housing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Housing Hawaii first.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sterling Higa on behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future. We stand by our written testimony and just want to point out this is a very dangerous bill in its current form, and I would urge you strongly to defer it simply because there is no specified date in this. So if somewhere in committee or conference a date is added that adds too long to the time frame of development, you could potentially kill every 201H project in the state of Hawaii. This is an incredibly dangerous bill, and in its current form, it should just be deferred. I don't know how it's gotten to this point without a firm date in mind, so would urge you to oppose it. Any delays, uncertainty, risk make development very difficult. Currently in Hawaii, we're not building enough housing because of the delays, the risk, the uncertainty. So this bill is dangerous and it should be deferred. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members' questions?
Sure.
Yeah, Representative Ward.
The gentleman, I forgot his organization, just on the Zoom.
Housing Hawaii's Future.
Housing Hawaii's Future. Sir, could you not take your argument and turn it upside down, saying this is going to prevent the delays from dragging on and preventing the housing to happen, which we have now 50 to 60,000 units short? Couldn't you interpret what you're saying in the opposite direction? Why do you think it's going to be so negative rather than positive?
So the original form of this bill doubled the amount of time from 45 to 90 days. Now it is an unspecified amount of time. So if the current form of the bill were saying 30 days instead of 45 days, we would obviously stand in strong support of it. But it's currently a blank hole that either could make things better or could make things much worse. So on principle, we oppose that because there's the possibility that if someone puts in a date like 90 days, 180 days, you could potentially kill a lot of workforce housing projects.
I see your anticipatory negativity because the political process, the making of sausage, always keeps it until the last minute, until it pops out the other end. And this is where I think many of the negotiating parties save their last hurrah, if you will, until the last. So sometimes it's strategic to keep it blank, like many of the things we've already passed in the last few days have blank amounts. But I hear your concerns. If it's too much, it's ineffective. But the point is to get on with this permitting process, to get on with housing instead of using all of these excuses. We can't do it. We don't have enough people. We don't have enough whatever to get on with the job. That's the whole point of it. But thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
For HFDC, this 45 days, I believe, is an ancient number from at least 20 to 30 years ago. Is that right?
Representative, that's a really good question that I don't have an answer for.
I mean, we can look it up, but it'll take time. The point here is that when the 45 days was set, it seems they didn't have any parameters about what kind of affordable housing they were talking about. That is, this bill came about because of a controversy involving a big facility with AMI up to 140%, with over 1,000 units. And I think that you should think about having a range of deadlines. 45 days is too short for the city to have a public hearing, to have committee review, and a council vote, since they only meet once a month. But at the same time, we don't want to slow up housing. Now, affordability is a twofold factor. In this case, it was what was the AMI, and this one, as I said, goes up to 140%. And number two, what percentage of the units are affordable? And in the particular case that arose in this situation was 50%. So I would think that the more affordable the proposal is, that is, the lower the AMI, the more units are involved, those projects might merit a shorter deadline time.
I see.
Whereas those are at the upper end, maybe should get a longer, review time. Especially, maybe the fourth factor is, in this case, it's 1,000 units, which is a big unit. I mean, a big project. So maybe, you should think about that. I've already mentioned that to Housing Chair, and there are too many variables for him to compute in, 5 minutes. But maybe you can think about those.
Thank you, Representative. It's an interesting concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Denise, you can stay there. Is there, how many projects are denied because they cannot meet the 45-day deadline?
Well, through HHFDC, we don't really
You don't track that?
know, because that's done by the counties, but I can tell you that just from practical experience, that if a project is coming close to the 45 days and the council, in our experience, can't make a decision by then, it's very difficult for the project because the council has two choices. They can just reject it, or we have to withdraw the application so that they can have more time to deliberate on it. So, even if you shorten the time statutorily, it doesn't guarantee you that it will be shortened, because the options for the project itself could be denial.
Let me ask it another way. So, and I don't know if anybody tracks this, but part of why I believe affordable housing projects are expensive is because of the added requirements that are put on by the counties through that process. So how many, does anybody track as to they're not meeting the deadline because of added requirements and deliberation on those types of things and, things like that, and then adding to cost? And
that's a really good question. And I think UHERO did a study, or they did a survey of the counties as to the impact that policies and discretionary review process costs. I don't know if they were able to expand and come to a conclusion, but I think UHERO was on the right track. I don't know of any county currently tracking it. I know we're not. But that would be certainly something good to start to track.
Yeah, this fast start mechanism has been around for a while, right? So it started off as 2-1G, and then they repealed it, and then they changed it to H, and then they changed what the mechanisms were. But I've come to believe that it's those added requirements that are slowing it down and adding to costs. So I am unclear if this process is working to fast track and to require affordable housing. Hawaii Community Foundation, in one of the reports that I looked at, showed housing permits that were approved over a period of time, and it was a steady climb through the 80s and whatever, 90s. And once we stepped in and started requiring affordable housing, the number dropped. And so I believe that 201H is a crutch for government to say they're doing fast tracking affordable housing and not fixing the problem of the bottleneck. Have you tracked anything like that?
We haven't tracked anything like that, but it would certainly be worth looking into.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, any
Thanks,
further
Chair.
questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill. House Bill 923 HD1 relating to bonds. First up is HHFDC.
Denise Matsubar for HHFDC. This private activity bond bill is so important. You know, in the past, for rental housing, the limiting factor was the rental housing revolving funds. But thanks to the support of the legislature, that's no longer a limiting factor. This body has been so supportive and infused a lot of money into rental housing. The limiting factor right now is the private activity bond cap, which is limited first by the federal government and then allocated by the state HRS. This bill will help level the playing field because it's a fairness issue for Maui and Hawaii County in particular, who do not have their own bond issuance program and have not elected to retain their bond cap. So passage of this would help level the playing field and also, you know, facilitate, I think, the whole application process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members' questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, House Bill 668 HD1 relating to housing, HHFDC.
Thank you, Chair. Denise Matsubar again. We stand in strong support of this measure. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 675 HD1 relating to Hawaii housing, HHFDC. Okay, so first up is HHFDC.
Denise Matsubar again for HHFDC. We support the intent of this measure. We really would love to offer more than one round. Again, private activity bonds is the limiting factor. Usually after the first round, the bonds are all exhausted. The option, though, is to, if the legislature desires to continue the authority to authorize Tier 2 of rental housing revolving funds, we have an option to do another round of just Tier 2 because it doesn't require bonds. That concludes my testimony. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this? Okay, questions? Yeah, HHFDC. So I think the purpose of this bill is that sometimes they feel like there are projects that are maybe approved by you and for whatever reason is not moving, and then there's something else that's ready to go and you don't have the I don't know if you have the flexibility or choose to have the flexibility to move on something that's actually ready to go, because you've already chosen something that has been delayed. And I think that's why this is coming up. But have you guys looked into like how to fix that?
So the perception from the project or developer that doesn't get an award always feels like their project should have got the award. And it's a very complicated evaluation process. Readiness is just one factor. One project might be ready, but it may use 2 or 3 times as much resources as the other project. So there's a whole spreadsheet of criteria, and the staff that we have now, because they've been in the development world, very carefully scrutinize it, and they have to, because we're so oversubscribed. We get, double, triple the amount of requests that we can actually fund. So the competition is very fierce, and I can't blame the project that feels like I should have been the one that got the award. So just running a second round is not really going to do it. It's going to be tendering a project that uses government resources the most efficiently, that they have site control, that they can pull their financing together, and there's evidence of that. So it's a tough business. Sorry, we can't make everyone happy.
So because you brought up tier 2, and because tier two would probably make more sense, will be financeable without private activity bonds. Should the subsidy be less?
Actually not, because the tier 2 cannot coordinate with private activity bonds or LIHTC. So the low-income housing tax credit is perhaps the biggest program across the nation to generate rentals.
Well, the reason I ask is because I know that if we do tier 2, whatever we give you will be gone. So there's an appetite, there's a right?
Yes.
So are we over generous is what I'm asking.
So you're going to use more of rental housing revolving fund on a per unit basis because you don't have those other subsidies. But the other side of it is it forces the developer to find other financing mechanisms. And they usually go out of state, and it's private equity too. So that's, yes, you're going to pay a little bit more per unit, but that's a choice. Otherwise, you got to wait a whole nother round next year to get the private activity bonds to coordinate with it and the tax credits.
Okay.
So the other thing I wanted to point out, Chair, because you brought a really good question about just project readiness. Some of the projects that are very ready, they don't offer the length of time of affordability for their project in order to compete with some of these other projects. So length of affordability, the percentage of units at the lower income levels. So there's a whole list of criteria points that they have to check through. So thank you for the question, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna move on. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, we're gonna move on to House Bill 678 relating to housing. First up is HHFTC.
Denise Matsubara for HHFDC. We have concerns with this measure. There was an article that had come out in the paper, particularly on Hawaii County's credits. There was an audit, some concerns raised. I've talked to other counties. They're not really set up, or the ones that have experienced it, they have some concerns with it. So I think, great idea. We need to actually do a little bit more research in the effectiveness of these current programs before actually expanding it to 201H. The big concern is making sure that the credits are not sold multiple times and it actually produces housing. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Next is Housing Hawaii's future.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sterling Higa on behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future. We stand by our written testimony and just want to say for the record that I haven't seen any evidence that inclusionary zoning policies have worked anywhere in the state of Hawaii in terms of producing adequate housing. This bill, by expanding the range of housing that's eligible to earn affordable housing credits, will do some to remediate the failure of inclusionary zoning policies and should be supported on that grounds alone. Thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is NAIOP Hawaii chapter.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Evan Oy on behalf of NAIOP Hawaii. We stand in strong support of this measure. You know, as everybody knows, we're in a current housing crisis, you know, needing a substantial amount of units to be built within the next couple of years. You know, given the rising construction costs and mortgage interest rates, you know, this may impact the development of future 201H projects. You know, so this measure does seek to establish an affordable housing credit program specific to the development of 201H. You know, these credits are going to be market-based, issued on a one-to-one basis, and utilized as a part of the financing stack when going in for funding for 201H projects. You know, these credits are just mainly going to be a main tool to front-end the development of affordable housing while providing a means for market developers to fulfill their affordable housing requirements with less risk. You know, we're open and willing to work on any parameters, guardrails that this measure and this program may need in order to ensure its validity and integrity in its implementation. So you know, we strongly support this measure and look forward to talking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Jeremy Shorenstein on Zoom.
Hey, aloha, Chair Yamashita and committee members. My name is Jeremy Shorenstein, and I submitted testimony in support of HB 678. The more than doubling of interest rates in such a short period of time has rendered the 201H program, a program that's produced over 4,000 affordable and workforce housing units over the past 5 years, significantly less effective for future 201H projects during this high interest rate environment. So HB 678 is intended to create a short-term privately funded subsidy to breathe life back into the 201H program so it can continue to be utilized to create more workforce and affordable housing during this high interest rate environment. So to state clearly, the three primary benefits to the people of Hawaii are: one, no public funds required. Again, it's a private subsidy via the sale of these affordable housing credits. Two, the continued creation of affordable housing via 201H. And three, the front loading of the creation of affordable housing that's required for market rate housing projects. So what does that mean? So when a market rate housing project is introduced, the county has a requirement to produce affordable housing. So what this bill does is it decouples that affordable housing requirement. So a market rate housing project that's introduced 3, 4, 5 years from now, the affordable housing units are tied to that same timeline. But decoupling allows those affordable housing units to get delivered today so they can start serving the community immediately. And I echo one of the previous testimonies that certain guardrails can absolutely be put in place and rules can be brainstormed in order to make this program successful. So thank you for your time, and I respectfully encourage you to support this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 679, relating to state funds. I think BNF had to leave in support. HHFDC. Okay, thank you very much. Members, and is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1054 HD2, relating to housing, HHFDC.
Thank you, Chair Denise Matsubar. We stand on our written testimony that supports the intent of this measure, and we want to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, next up is NAIOP Hawaii chapter.
Good afternoon, Chair. NAP Hawaii does stand in strong support of this measure, and we are supportive of all policies which encourage the production of housing. And we feel this measure will be very impactful. Thank you.
Okay. Next is ARP Hawaii.
Hi, Audrey Suga Nakagawa for AARP, and we stand in our testimony for support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Realtors,
Thank you. We stand in support of this measure.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Questions, members? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to House Bill 951, relating to housing. First up is HHFDC.
Denise Matsubara again, HHFDC. On House Bill 951, we strongly support this bill. Chair, we took a closer look at this measure, and to preserve the consideration of the Tier 2 applications, we want to request an amendment on page 1, Section 2, lines 14 to 15, to change the year to 2025, because the funds wouldn't be available until the 2024 financing round. And then they would need 12 to 18 months to close a loan. So we'd also have to recommend amending the lapse date to June 30th, 2026 on page 2 of the measure as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Catholic Charities.
Aloha, I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing this bill. We'll stand on our testimony and strong support.
Okay, next up is Partners in Care.
Partners in Care will also stand on its strong testimony in support.
Thank you. Okay, next up is NAIOP Hawaii Chapter.
Hello, Chair. NAP Hawaii stands in strong support of this measure. We've found that two-tier funding is one of the most impactful type of funding in order to get housing units constructed here, especially for that gap AMI of 60 to 40%. So, we're in strong support and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Housing Hawaii's Future.
Sterling Higa, on behalf of Housing Hawaii's Future, we stand by our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Realtors.
Thank you. We stand in support of this measure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Members' questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 1246 HD1 relating to housing. First up is HHFDC.
We stand on our written testimony and strong support.
Okay, next is Housing Hawaii's Future.
We stand on our written testimony and strong support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members' questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 677 HD1 relating to Dwelling Unit Revolving Fund. HHFDC.
Denise Matsubara, HHFDC. This bill represents an opportunity for us to look at for-sale housing. All the other measures have been looking at rental housing. We stand in strong support of this. It's one of the few measures to actually buy down the cost of for-sale housing and help our workforce. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 992 HD1 relating to Affordable Home Ownership Revolving Fund. State Land Use Commission. Wrong bills. Oh, one up, sorry. Next one up. HHFDC.
Thank you, Chair. This measure is a technical fix on the ARF, or Affordable Homeownership Revolving Fund. It's really important to help this measure get the technical fix, because this helps self-help housing for the lower income attain home ownership. So this is a really important bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next is DBED.
Chris Sadayasu, DBED Director, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We This is an admin bill, and we testify in strong support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, questions? Representative Ward.
Who mentioned self-help projects? Is this Habitat for Humanity, et cetera?
Yes,
How many
all of
self-help
those.
projects have we got? I mean, how many organizations are doing self-help, other than that one? Are there more than?
Self-Help Hawaii, Claudia Shea, along with Habitat Humanity, but this program would be also open to CDFIs.
Okay. And how many houses do you anticipate with this budget that you can?
The projection, I believe, from Habitat was something like 500 units over the course of a period of time. I don't know exactly.
Very encouraging. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 670 HD2, relating to the Land Use Commission.
Aloha kako, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Scott Derrickson, Chief Planner, State Land Use Commission. We submitted testimony, not necessarily opposed, but we do join with OHA. There are potential constitutional questions with reducing the number of votes that are required for a decision. Specifically, Article 11, Section 3, which relates to important agricultural lands shall not be reclassified by the state or rezoned by its political subdivisions without being approved by a 2/3 vote of the body responsible for the reclassification or rezoning action. With the Land Use Commission, that means 6 votes, 6 out of 9, not 5. I am available to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions? Representative Portwood.
For the Land Use Commission, because this bill directly relates to voting and quorum, is there a history of not being able to meet quorum, like an attendance history that can be cited for necessitating this?
No, I think what spurred this was the thought that requiring less votes might speed the process along. In practice, anytime the commission is considering reclassifying state agricultural lands, we make sure that we have 6 affirmative votes.
Okay, so will removing or reducing that by 1 vote make any functional difference, in your opinion?
I don't think it will. I don't think it's going to speed the process. I don't think it's going to, I think there is the potential, as OHA has identified, that a given reclassification, if it was only supported by 5 votes, opens the door to litigation.
Thank you. I'm just trying to correlate whether or not there is an actual issue with voting in quorum that exists that this would resolve or not. So
I think you'd have to ask whoever was the impetus behind this bill. It was not the Land Use Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Land Use Commission, why don't you just change the word any to certain votes as specified?
Well, again, Representative, this is not a bill that we put forward. We don't think that it's going to result in streamlining the process or saving any time.
Okay. But, I mean, your objection seems to be entirely based on that one important agricultural land's 2/3 vote.
Correct.
So,
That's why in our testimony, we're not opposed per se, but there are potential constitutional issues.
well, I mean,
If you,
this is
if you
just
wanted
the-
to, if you wanted to amend it to add additional language to specify that it doesn't pertain to reclassification of agricultural lands, I don't know that we would have a problem with that. I don't think that the people who supported having this bill would necessarily, support that. I don't know.
Okay, no, I mean, it's either that they intended all votes or the drafter forgot to say, unless otherwise specified.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask one quick question.
Sure.
So, okay, if the issue may be to speed up the process, what could we do?
Okay, so statutorily, the Land Use Commission on reclassifications is required to hear,
Well, in
hear and
general,
act in
in
three.
general, to just speed up the LUC process.
I guess I would ask a different, I would respond by asking you a different question.
Okay, we're not supposed to ask questions the other way, but go ahead.
Yeah, I understand, sorry.
Hypothetical.
The Land Use Commission, we've been in operation
Let
since
me ask you this.
since the 1960s.
Okay.
And
Let me ask you another way. So, the Land Use Commission is volunteers that have a life someplace else. And so their time is limited that they can spend with you. Should we restructure the commission to be a paid commission that is full-time, and would that speed things up?
honestly, I don't know. I think that right now, the way the commission is constituted, you get an incredible value because you have people who are volunteers. They're volunteering, around 20% of their time. It's not just in the hearings that we have twice a month. It's the voluminous.
No, well, if their time
Yeah.
is limited by them only having 20% of it, then would we be able to address more issues if they were full-time?
Possibly.
Okay.
Right now, though, in all honesty, even with our 365-day decision-making timeframe, we do complete our hearings and issue decisions generally within about 180 days.
I'm not saying you guys are the only bottleneck, but is that a bottleneck, is what I'm getting at.
I don't think so, given the broad range of constitutional and due process issues that we have to address and go through. I think that we do a really efficient job. And that's my experience in over 30 years with the commission and dealing with issues before the commission.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Members, any further question? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, House Bill 920 HD1, relating to the Hawaii State Building Code. 20, first up is Office of the Mayor, County of Hawaii, Mayor Rob, on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Mitch Roth. I am the Mayor of the County of Hawaii. The purpose of this bill is not to get rid of the state building code and the decisions. It's just to allow us to make changes when there's issues that we come up with. It seems like it may allow us to do that for a little while, but after 2 years of the code, we cannot make any changes. And let me just give you some of the ideas. This is really impacting housing and our ability to get people into housing. One of the things that we see on our current code that we adopted was that if there's if the wind speed is over 130 miles an hour, you need to get a engineer to sign off on that. It's taking people about 8 months to get an engineer hired and then to sign off, and so that's keeping things. It's preventing us from being able to move things forward. They use a calculation. The calculations are pretty much what they are, and so it's not a problem. Another issue sometimes we're being told is that the snow loads. Well, we don't have snow in Hawaii, but this is an international code that we adopt, and so we're not trying to get rid of the state building code adoptions. We're just saying when we find things that don't make sense to Hawaii, let the councils go back and adopt them. And those things may be a little less strenuous than is in the state building code, but the state building code is an international code that's built for everything, including places in Wisconsin which don't make sense to us. Appreciate the ability to testify. We stand in very strong support. Happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, BIA Hawaii. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 381 HD2, relating to condominiums. First up is the Real Estate Commission. Not here. Okay, Hawaii Council for Association of Apartment Owners on Zoom.
Yes, good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Jane Sugimura. I'm president of the Hawaii Council of Association of Apartment Owners, and we strongly support House Bill 381 HD2 and ask that you pass it out. The funds that are involved in this matter are not general funds. It's a special fund set up in the DCCA with the Real Estate Commission, administered by the DCCA, and it's paid for by condominium owners. And those funds are used to subsidize the arbitration and mediation that's the subject matter of this bill. And so we ask that you pass this bill out so that these programs can continue, and they will be funded by this special fund and not by the general fund. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill. House Bill 1121 HD1 relating to leasehold conversion. First up is Department of Taxation.
Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. Gary Sugunuma, Director of Taxation. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Hawaii Council for Association of Apartment Owners.
Yes, good morning again, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Jane Sugimura, and we are in strong support of this bill. And although the bill would create a limited tax exemption, we don't believe that this would affect overall collection of taxes by the state, since the sale of properties, that would result from the passage of this bill would not have occurred but for the passage of this bill. So we ask that you pass this out to allow condominium lessees to acquire the fee to their homes so that they don't lose them when the lease expires. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Tax Foundation of Hawaii? Not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Sure. Ms. Sugimura, you're on the screen.
Yes.
How many condos are yet to be from leasehold to fee simple? What is? I know it started a number of years ago. What's the ball scores look like?
I know that, I don't know specific, but I know that in Waikiki, you have the Discovery Bay that's partially converted. You have the Wailana that's partially converted. I think the Kalia is a co-op, and that, is still leasehold. And I'm told in Maui, there are some small condominiums that would be affected. And, when I was, when the city in Honolulu was dealing with this issue, back in the early, I think 2000s, I was on a task force, to try to find a resolution to lease to fee conversion. And we asked the lessors, what would make you sell the fee to the leasehold interest to your lessees? And they told us, we have a capital gains problem. If you could solve the capital gains problem for us, we would sell, because we wouldn't have this problem.
I know you're not the Department of Taxation, but do you have any estimate of what that might hit in terms of the Treasury? How many you think will do it, and how much would there actually be as a tax credit? I know that's an unfair question, but DOTAX is not even here, which...
They're here.
Oh, they are here. Oh, sorry. Jane, let me switch gears to DOTAX, please, because this is the bottom line. Sir, do you have a number?
Testimony.
Yeah, I get it too late, sorry. The hit, how much would it cost?
The estimated revenue loss is $1.43 million for fiscal year 2024 and thereafter. So from 2024 to 2029 is the range of the forecast. Or actually, I take that back. Yeah, because this actually would relieve, it would be 100% of gains that would be exempted basically 2023 to 2029. So 1.43 million per year.
How many conversions are you actually assuming then? What are the numbers? How many units? Because no one seems to know how many units are not converted. And by the way, the representative from Diamond Head, this is a very important local issue in my district.
I don't see, we have the revenue impact statement from, our tax
You've got a whole
research and
number,
planning.
but you don't have the number of units that divides it up, which would answer my question of how much per unit would this cost.
I would have to go and ask our economists to see if they had factored in a number of units into the calculation.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Representative Ayu.
I guess for DOTAX maybe, the wordings here seems confusing to me. 100% of the gain realized by the fee simple owner from the sale of the lease fee. It seems like the fee simple owner is selling its leased fee interest. That's not how you're interpreting the language here though, right?
The way I'm reading this is the fee owner is selling their fee interest.
To the lease fee owner, to the leasehold owner.
I think that what it does is it says that it would be sales for certain condominium units sold to the Association of Apartment Owners or the Residential Cooperative Housing Corporation of the leased units. So those sales.
Okay, so you think the language is clear here?
Yeah,
Okay.
we didn't.
Okay.
We didn't see any
It's
problem.
probably just me then. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Members, we're going to recess for decision making. We're going to come back at 12 o'clock. Recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on our first agenda. First up is House Bill 1439 HD2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Representative Ayu.
Chair, I appreciate the intent of this measure. I just want to make sure that the people that are getting the help are in actual need of the help. Thank you, Chair.
So noted. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1439 HD2 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu. Representative Chun. Representative Cochran. Representative Garrett is excused. Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is
Okay,
adopted.
thank you very much. House Bill 1379 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1397 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Garrett, who will be marked excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 674 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 674 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1395 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1395 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 497 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 497 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 814 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 814 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations?
Chair.
Representative Cochran.
Okay.
With reservations.
Okay, Representative Cochran with reservations. Any additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 360 HD2 as is. Any discussion?
Chair.
Yes, Representative Ayu.
I think regarding some of the testimony that came forward, it brings up some great concern, but I'll just be voting with reservations to allow the conversation to continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Any, Representative Cochran?
Same.
Okay, thank you. WR for Representative Cochran. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 360 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representatives Cochran and Kila. Are there additional reservations? Are there noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 923 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 923 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 668 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 668 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 675 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 675 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 678 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 678 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. House Bill 679. Members, we're going to move this out as an HD1, blanking out the appropriation, putting a effective date of June 30th, 3000, and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 679 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1054 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1054 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 951 Members, we're going to be passing down this out as an HD1, blanking out the appropriation, putting at the effective date of June 30th, 2000, and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 951 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1246 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1246 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 677 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 677 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 992 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 992 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 670 HD2 as is. Any discussion?
Chair, I'm a no.
Okay, noting a no. Any further? Representative Poy.
Reservation.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, any further discussion? Vice Chair.
Okay. Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 670 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representative Poy. Are there additional reservations? Noting the no vote by Representative Cochran, are there additional no votes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 920 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 920 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 381 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 381 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 11221 HD1 as is. Any discussion?
Chair, WR.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1121 HD1 as is, noting the reservations of Representative Cochran. Are there additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. This hearing is adjourned. Next agenda. Okay, our second agenda for today is now convened. We're gonna, first up is House Bill 870 relating to the Neighbor Island Blind and Visually Impaired Service Pilot Project. First up is Department of Human Services.
Aloha. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leah Diaz. I'm here representing the Department of Human Services. I'm also the administrator of Ho'opono Services for the Blind. We will stand on our written testimony, and I'll be here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we have one that we're going to be doing by phone call again. Hold on. Mr. Sakamoto, you're with the Finance Committee on House Bill 870.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's good morning or good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Donald Sakamoto, a member of National Federation of Blind, in full support of HB 870 HD1. This bill gives hope for Neighbor Island individuals who are going blind or are blind or vision impaired to have equal access to have services for them to do it in their own isolated area of their island where they grow up. I am a graduate of Ho'opono HST for the Blind, 2011 graduate, and I had students or people that came from the neighbor islands to get services here, but they could not finish the program. It's a big challenge when they come here. No experience with a big city, so they're used to their own environment. So by having these services available on neighbor islands, it will give ease of access for them to complete the tasks and to be independent, to go to employment or to school or whatever they want to do in their own community atmosphere. So I fully have you support this bill, HB 870 HB1, and we need to prepare, and I submitted testimony on this measure bill. And the time is to prepare, so by failing to prepare, you're preparing to fail by Benjamin Franklin. I wrote that in my testimony. So let's prepare and have and go for broke and let this bill proceed on. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and may you folks have a great day.
Okay, thank you very much. We have your testimony. Okay, next up is the National Federation for the of the Blind of Hawaii, James Gashel.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. James Gashel here, appearing for the National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii. This bill, HB 870, is really a bill to start a process, and that's mainly what I wanted to point out. In passing this bill, if you do, you're not literally creating a program, you're creating the opportunity for the Department of Human Services to work with stakeholders on the neighbor islands to put an expanded program of services together to help them. We have very good services for blind people on Oahu, not so much so on the neighbor islands, and especially for the older blind. We need this program to plan an expanded service option for that group. Please consider passing this bill. Mahalo for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii. Oh, no, I'm sorry, just did down. National Organization of Parents of the Blind Children.
Hello, I'm Tabitha Mitchell. I am a parent of a blind child that lives here on Oahu, and I also serve in a volunteer capacity with the National Organization of Parents of Blind Children, where we support parents throughout all of the islands of Hawaii. And this bill aims to be able to put together a pilot program so we can really look at what type of services are out there throughout our other islands so that we can really determine what the needs are. And just from the support and work that I've done with the other parents throughout all of the islands, the services and the support that they're getting is very minimal. And when I say minimal, I mean very, very minimal. And these parents need support for these kids, and they need to know what opportunities are out there for them, how they get them the services they need with the school system. They need to know, what are they going to do when they grow up? Can they stay on island? Are they going to have to move to Oahu because that's where they can go get services? And those are unfortunate realities. And so this bill hopes to kind of pull together some funding where we can do a pilot study, where we can really look at the landscape throughout all of the islands to see what type of supports are out there, but more importantly, where are the gaps and the holes, and how can we begin to fill those? I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1254 HD1, relating to the Department of Land and Natural Resources. First up is the LNR. Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 1366 HD1, relating to homelessness. D6. First up is Department of Human Services. Okay, next is IHS.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jill Wright, and I'm here with IHS, the Institute for Human Services. So most of you probably know that we work with various different subpopulations of homeless individuals around the island. And although people who have arrived here from the mainland don't make up a majority of our homeless population here, they're not an insignificant number of people that do find a home on our streets and our beaches and in our parks. And I know we probably share an interest in helping those people get off the streets and to find really effective and cost-effective and humane solutions to address homelessness. So when I look at this program, helping people return to their families on the mainland, there's really nothing that we have that offers such an immediate and a cost-effective way to help people get off of our streets. So we have been doing a pilot program like this through private funding for the past several years, and it has amazing success. So we've helped over 600 people return back to families on the mainland. Last year alone, in 2022, we helped 50 people move home. And these are people who, by and large, are not coming back. I know that's always a concern. There's a very, very small number of people that are actually coming back. And so this is a solution for them. It is a solution for us. Just some quick examples of people that we helped return to their families last year. There was a woman in Waikiki, mentally ill woman who really just wanted to get back to her daughter. And we actually did a story with the Civil Beat on her last year. And that same night, she got arrested. She had, provoked another person on the street in Waikiki. She was arrested for assault, and luckily the charges were dropped. We were able to get her on a flight 2 weeks later. So she is in a better place. Our community is in a better place. We see people that are going through treatment for cancers that just want to get home and continue treatment with family. We see people who one guy who went through rehab for 3 months, came back to our men's shelter, just really wanted to get back to his family, but didn't have the means to do it. So we've done this with private funding, but it's not enough. We could get a lot more people help if we had a little bit more support and that there were more people involved in this effort. So we also submitted testimony in support, and I'm here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Sure. IHS, please. IHS.
Oh, yeah.
Are you still here? Yeah, you're still here, of course. Some numbers. How do the people know about this program, even as it's voluntary? How do you communicate it?
Yeah, good question. So there's really two primary ways, actually probably a few more than that, but we have an outreach team that are on the streets really every day trying to engage homeless individuals in services. So some of the questions we ask them are you from here? Did you come here from somewhere else? If you've come from somewhere else, is there anything that we can do to get you back there? So that's one of our initially qualifying questions. A lot of people say no at first. It feels like failure to go home. They came here in search of a better life, most likely, and whatever it was didn't work out. So a lot of times the knee-jerk reaction is to say no, but we continue to build those relationships. And then we do the same in shelter. So when people come into the shelter, we always ask, what are some of the things that we can do to help you? And that's one of the questions. And then we sometimes get referrals. Queens will call us. Somebody's in the ED or somebody is receiving treatment and is from somewhere else that we might be able to refer them elsewhere.
In your testimony, you say in the last 2 years, there's been an uptick in the number of out-of-state visitors. Is it because you got this program, or this program is great? There may be no causality.
Yeah, no.
Why the uptick is the question.
Well, we're seeing more people since COVID. Since some of the restrictions were lifted, we definitely saw kind of a resurgence of people arriving from the mainland at our shelters in particular. So we've had at times up to 20% of the people in our emergency shelters coming from somewhere else. And we, would rather that they return to somewhere else, if possible. We love people. I'm from somewhere else too, but it is certainly if they don't have the means to support themselves, and they would be better off, with family elsewhere. That's an ideal.
So of the total homeless population, what % are from somewhere else? If you know.
Yeah, I don't think we have a real good read on that. Probably 10%. That are recent arrivals would be my guesstimate, but depends on how far back you
And then the average cost of each sending back is how much?
Yeah, so last year we sent back 50 people at a cost of about $52,000. What that includes is about a third of a case manager's job is dedicated to this program. The airfare, the transportation to from the airport, and anything that client might need. It's time connecting with family, booking the plane tickets. A lot of people, as you may know, homeless individuals don't have vital documents like a driver's license, so trying to make sure that we know the person's identity, help them get those types of things in place before we're sending them on their way. So about $1,000 a person, which compared to any other homeless program that we have that offers any amount of permanence is really
Thank you for all IHS, Connie Mitchell, and all of you do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Paolo.
IHS again, thank you. Question for those 50 that you've done, are they on Oahu or that's a statewide number?
That is specific to Oahu. So IHS operates exclusively here on Oahu. I know Maui has a similar program. I don't have their numbers.
So this funding would only impact Oahu homeless at this time, or would the pilot send funding to the partner organizations that facilitate the homeless programs across the state?
Yeah, the vision is for it to be across the state. My perspective is Oahu specifically because that's the area we operate in, but I know that it's intended to support the neighbor islands as well.
And then a quick follow-up question. We know that we have heard that some states send homeless populations to Hawaii. Are we doing anything on that back end if we know what organizations those are? So not to say we don't want to fund this, but we wouldn't have to if less were encouraging sending people over to address the problem. I know some people do it on their own accord, but there are organizations that we've heard of that send to us. Is there any organization or IHS working on stopping it at the source?
Yeah, I think if we had specific data about who was doing that, we might be able to do that. Anecdotally, when we ask people the question, did you come here from somewhere else and how did you get here? They across the board say that they have purchased their own tickets to get here. Airfare, can tend to dip really low, and sometimes, that's some of what we saw people coming back when they wait for the cheap airfare. I mean, just like tourism, rebounds and everybody has this draw to the islands and this vision of paradise, homeless people are not immune from that same desire. So a lot of them are on, public assistance or they have, low wage jobs, but they're still able to save enough to buy that one-way ticket where they think, that they're gonna eat coconuts and mangoes and live on the beach. Yeah.
Chair, can I do one follow-up question?
Okay, Representative Ward.
Chance, do you have any of your tenants or any of those who are in your facilities who happen to come from the 2.7 million that have come across the border in the last couple of years? The southern border, that's rather open. Have any of them come to Hawaii and come to you, is the question?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. One more question. I have a question. So this is a one-to-one match, is it?
That is the desire, yes.
Okay. So from the private sector, what is the capacity?
Right now, we probably see about $30,000-$40,000 capacity to support. I don't know that that would be continued annually. A lot of times, private sector says we want to help you fund it until there is something more permanent. So I can't say that would be sustainable.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions? Okay, we're going to move on to House Bill 224 HD2 relating to human services. First up is HPHA.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand in strong support of this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, any questions, members? Okay, we're going to move on to House Bill 339 HD2 relating to exempt from civil service for positions in the Department of Human Services. Okay, first up is Department of Human Services.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kathy Betts, Director for the Department of Human Services. I will stand on our written testimony in strong support, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Executive Office on Early Learning.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. We stand on our written
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Defense, State Fusion Center on Zoom.
Aloha, this is Patricia Kicklin from the Hawaii State Fusion Center. We stand on our testimony and support. I'm happy to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Catholic Charities of Hawaii.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities. We'll stand on our written testimony and strong support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, questions, members? Okay, we're going to move on to 1368 HD1 relating to the Hospital Sustainability Program. Okay, first up is Department of Human Services.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, Junior Peterson, on behalf of the Department of Human Services, we stand on our written testimony and strong support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Queens Health Systems. Okay, not here. Healthcare Association of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing this bill. This bill is very important to our hospital members, and we're just very appreciative that your committee is hearing this today. We would note that we are requesting amendments that are largely non-technical and non-substantive in nature, but we do want them to be included to make sure that we maximize the federal dollars coming into the state to benefit the state and our providers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1369 HD1 relating to nursing facilities. Let's see. First up is Queens Health Systems.
Although, Chair, we just stand on our testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Healthcare Association of Hawaii on Zoom.
We'll stand in strong support and just note that we have similar amendments in this measure too. Thank you.
All right, sorry. Okay, Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Gary Sugunuma, Director of Taxation. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Okay, next is Department of Human Services.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, on behalf of the Department of Human Services, we stand in strong support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 450 HD1 relating to childcare. First up is Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Scott Morishiga, Administrator of the Benefit, Employment, and Support Services Division on behalf of DHS and our Director. We provided testimony with written comments, and I would note that per our current administrative rules, DHS does exclude the non-recurring lump sum payments that are described in this bill, and I'll stand on the remainder of our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ronald Lewis on Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, committee members. I support Bill 450 again for varying reasons. Specifically, it is important to note that for this particular subsidy, it provides childcare benefits to daycare or school to 5 years of age. Having this bill and it being upheld is super important because the key issue to this bill is the income. The Department of Human Services looks at only gross income for the month that is being reviewed to determine eligibility for the subsidy, which means that at the initial in determining eligibility, they look at it again at 12 months. That's when you get recertification or redetermination is 12 months out. In this particular instance, the income that was earned in the month included income from outside of the month that was being reviewed in the form of work comp payments. So while the Department of Human Services only look at the month where the recertification falls under, and you have earnings for outside of that period, in this case, it was worker compensation payments. There was a delay in the processing of the workers' comp case because it's the federal government, it takes a while. So essentially, in the month being reviewed, they received literally 3 months of income. Now, the income limits to qualify for this program is, the families, they have to, their income cannot exceed 85% of the state median income. So if you're adding months of income into that month being reviewed, they're going to be excluded because they would have exceeded that threshold. Now, I think the key issue is to find out what the actual amount monthly earning for the work comp for that particular month would be. And basically, for the month that's being reviewed, and in turn, considering income earned outside of the month is retroactive earning, even though it is paid in the month being looked at, because that would be equitable. It's fair. It's, you're not, if you only look at the gross income and you have a blanketed rule that doesn't allow, for any special circumstances or considerations, they don't care about anything other than what that gross pay stub says for the month being reviewed. As a result of that, my mother was denied her subsidy, and she has 2 children, infant children, toddlers. I'm hoping this bill can address that issue and can allow for these special circumstances. I think when you look at the income on the monthly level, it's important to note that the income is used to generate, not just if you qualify for it at the income limit, but if you're on the higher end of that spectrum of eligibility, meaning higher income, you are also allocated a co-payment or a subsidy that you are required to uphold for the net each month up until redetermination. So if you have income that is not representative of earnings for that actual period and an inflated earnings because it's earnings for 2 months of earnings, they're going to be having to pay a copay based off of that inflated earnings. So having these special circumstances, to assist with determining income eligibility would be really helpful. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Members, any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 547 HD1 relating to early learning. First up is Executive Office on Early Learning.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand on our written testimony and support and defer to the Department of Human Services. Thank you.
Okay. Department of Human Services.
DHS stands on a written testimony offering comments and are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Melissa Coloni, Deputy Attorney General. Our department stands on its comments requesting the deletion of a semicolon in a definition of private educational institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Keopu Relitz. I'm the Director of Early Learning and Health Policy for Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. You have our written testimony. One thing I just wanted to highlight is that there's been a lot of attention and very good attention to expansion of preschool options for our keiki. And one of the biggest barriers that we see again and again, as was seen in the newspaper this morning, I was so happy to see that there's attention, is the workforce. We do not have enough educators, and one of the key barriers is pay, is wages. We cannot pay living wages, and so this is an important first step toward getting our educators living wages and making sure that as we expand to find more classrooms and serve more children, that we're able to do so with qualified educators that make living wages. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Early Childhood Action Strategies.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Vivian Eto. I'm with Early Childhood Action Strategy. We stand on our written testimony in strong support of this bill and are available to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Holomua Collaborative.
Josh Wish with Holomua Collaborative. We stand on our testimony and support. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, no questions. We'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 261 HD1, relating to early learning opportunities. First up is Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Scott Morishige on behalf of DHS. The department submitted written comments and we are requesting a friendly amendment, specifically on page 3, lines 1 to 3, section 2, and that's noted in our written testimony. I'll stand on the remainder of our testimony and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Executive Office on Early Learning.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. ELEO stands on our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Melissa Coloni, Deputy Attorney General. We are again requesting that you delete a semicolon in the definition of private educational institution. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next is the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Michael Glory Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We stand in strong support of this legislation. We do request that any school that does access these funds, like it would be required for a graduate, they cannot discriminate. And we oppose any delay in requiring the accreditation. As we heard in a previous bill, there is a lack of early childhood educators in this state. But we should not use that as a reason to stop making sure that these schools are accredited. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We look forward to you passing this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, next is Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, Keopu Relitz with the Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. We stand in strong support. You have our testimony. I just wanted to highlight that as the law is written now, existing preschool open doors providers who are unaccredited only have about 18 months to do so. So this is an important measure so that they can get the resources so they can start the process. Thank you very much, and here to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Association of Independent Schools.
HEIS stands on its testimony and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 225 HD2, relating to human services, Department of Human Services.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tim Hitchens, Assistant Administrator for the Social Services Division, and we'll stand on our written testimony, representing the Department of Human Services, and we'll stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. I do want to note that in the written testimony, we do provide some numbers and estimates on the cost of the project, and I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Members, question? Moving on, House Bill 349 HD2 relating to children. First up is State Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. This is Scott Shimabukuro with the Department of Health. We have submitted comments. I'd like to highlight that while the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division does do mental health evaluations, which this bill is recommending that we conduct emancipation recommendations. However, emancipation determinations are include multiple factors, such as whether there's housing, financial independence, family functioning, physical health, access to medical care, as well as mental health. So it seems a little misplaced as a proposal. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. The Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Stonewall Caucus, Michael Glory Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus, Democratic Party of Hawaii. Aloha. We stand in strong support of this measure. We need to lower the bar for allowing minors to emancipate themselves, because currently, under the current law, there is really no way for you to emancipate unless you are independently wealthy. This is a way for minors to escape abusive relationships from either parents or guardians, and it is greatly needed in the state. So we encourage you to pass this legislation. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Residential Youth Services and Empowerment.
Aloha, mahalo for this opportunity. My name is Carla Hauser. I'm the Executive Director for RISE, which is Residential Youth Services and Empowerment. We stand on our written testimony in strong support of emancipation as a viable tool to help end homelessness for young people. So thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Department of Health, if you're still on Zoom.
Yes.
While you don't do this now, can you do it? Would this
I don't.
Within current resources, or can you do it with additional resources?
It's hard for me to imagine that we would be able to do it effectively. Those are, some of those other factors are, by the way, I'm not against emancipation of minors. That's not what my comment is,
right.
But it would be hard to imagine that we could do that properly and effectively.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Ward.
I forget who the testifier was. I want to ask, how high is the bar for the economic emancipation, the viability that shows? How is that being tested? Does any of you who testified can answer that? Because generally, young people don't have very much money, and if that is one of the bars that has to be leveled, I want to see how high it is. So no takers, okay?
I will, sir.
Oh, please proceed.
Yes. So in speaking in terms of young people experiencing homelessness, young people can consent to receive medical care. Young people can consent to be able to work. But oftentimes the biggest challenge for young people who are experiencing homelessness as minors is, even if they're ready, even if they're working, they are not able to sign a lease or to enroll in any sort of housing program because of their minor status. And so obviously this is a case by case for young people, but those that are working, that have shown independence from any sort of family or legal guardian, we feel that this would be a viable path so that they don't enter into the adult homeless system.
And how many people would this affect that are presently in that situation? And by the way, how do you exactly define emancipation other than they're younger than 18?
For us, it would be a young person who is living independent of any sort of adult who is legally responsible to care for them. Oftentimes they are living in our minor shelters. They are doubled up, sometimes in situations that lead them to at risk from exploitation. And so by them to be able to sign in a lease or some sort of living arrangement so they can continue on their path to self-sufficiency rather than wait until they turn 18, we're in favor of it. We see approximately 8 to 10 young people experiencing homelessness annually who we feel would be very good viable candidates for this.
And how much money would they be making? Again, there's
well, when any of our young people, it's in a process. If they have not yet finished their high school education, but they're working on it, if they are currently working but not yet on a living wage career path, it's really hard to keep that upward mobility if you're living in a housing situation that is constantly temporary and not permanent.
Okay, it sounds helpful, but it's a pretty steep climb, it looks like. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, members, we're moving on to the next bill, House Bill 222 HD2, relating to human services. First up is Department of Human Services.
Aloha Chair, on behalf of the Department of Human Services, I'd like to stand on our written testimony, offering comments. I will point out that we did include for the appropriation part, even though this is talking about us in a future state, conducting a rate review study, et cetera. We did include information on amounts for a rate study that we recently completed for home and community-based services. So we included some dollar figures for the appropriation. Were that to be considered? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. AARP on Zoom.
Good afternoon. This is Audrey Suganakda from AARP, and we stand in our testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Big Island Adult Foster Care Home Operators. Not present. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Adult Foster Home Care Association of Hawaii.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Mary Bell Tan. I'm the President of Adult Foster Home Care Association of Hawaii. I'm also representing 4 other presidents of the CCFFH. We have about 85% of the CCFFH as our members. We humbly request your support to increase the reimbursement rates for CCFFH in the state. Reimbursement to CCFFH in Hawaii have not increased since 2008, 14 years ago. Meanwhile, we provide 24/7 care 365 days a year for a flat rate which calculates to $71 per hour. No overtime, no benefits, just $71 per hour for 24-hour care. While we have no increase in reimbursement rates, our costs have escalated. It's just so difficult financially, especially with the cost of housing and living in the state of Hawaii, as it is one of the highest in the nation. Caregiver must pay their mortgage to their homes, medical insurances, not to mention electricity and other expenses. Even though the worst pandemic in the history, CCFFH maintain high standards with very few cases of COVID transmission and death. All this for $71 per hour or $1,231.80 per month, which was just increased to $1,324.80 per month, equivalent to $84 per hour starting last January 1st, 2023. But with the current inflation rate, it is not enough. We request an increase in accordance to Milliman's study, which was just submitted to DHS MedQuest Division last December 30, 2022. It's time for us to show some aloha to our CCFFH, most of whom are immigrants. One thing is for sure, we save the state of Hawaii a lot of money providing our services at these rates. The system would break down without the CCFFH program, which has over 3,500 beds, private facilities, whose main objective is to get private as opposed to Medicaid clients, would be unable to handle the additional capacity. It's time for the state of Hawaii to do what's right. Support us so we can continue to take care of the elderly and disabled. On behalf of the presidents and of the other organization of this coalition, we thank you for the opportunity to provide our testimony in support of HB 222, HD2, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, members of the... Okay, just for the record, we do not allow applause in this committee. And I said this before, just as we do not allow people booing, so we don't allow it both ways. Thank you. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, next up is Community Home Care Association of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committees. The Community Home Care Association strongly support HB 222, HD2. We provide 24/7 care, 365 days a year for a flat rate. I've also learned and convinced that with the work we provide for the elderly, I truly believe that we are not gone up a single cent. Yet we are asked to pay fees such as Medicaid providers registration fees. In addition to fees, we also pay fingerprinting, APS scan, e-cream, including adult household members every 2 years, CPR, first aid, and service training for 12 hours every year, and most of all, we pay our health insurance. Please note that we are getting compensated $41.06 per day, $71 hourly for a level 2 client. The skyrocketing cost of providing care to the elderly and disabled make it nearly impossible to operate. Caregivers must pay their mortgages for their homes, most of which is used by the residents, our clients. Caregiver must also pay for utilities, food and laundry, supplies consumed by residents, gasoline used to bring residents to the doctor's appointments. How do you stretch $71 per hour for all these costs and still make a living? It takes a great deal of commitment, dedication, patience, and love of the job to be able to keep working 24/7 in caring for our clients. Duties are included but not limited to tending to client for safety, ensuring medication are taken or administered every day, preparing and cooking foods 3 meals a day, including spoon-fed to our clients. Assistance and out of bed to wheelchair and going to the bathroom, changing their diapers, bathing, cleaning chains, maintaining cleanliness to the rooms, recording and maintaining the pertinent medical records and files. Again, all these duties for $41.06 per day. And to think about it, that this amount are not enough compared to a nursing home rate. This rate has been for a decade now, 14 to 15 years, that we didn't have a raise up. I humbly ask for all of you to please grant this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Okay, next up is United Caregivers Hawaii.
Good afternoon to the House Committee on Finance, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, to all the members, and to my fellow caregivers. I am Karina Ocampo, foster home, community care foster home, primary caregiver since 2006, and I am currently the president of the United Caregivers of Hawaii, one of the Caregivers Association. On behalf of my fellow caregivers, caregiver members, and our families, we humbly urge this committee to support and pass this measure because it is long overdue. There has not been any viable pay increase in our healthcare industry in over 14 years. Even the combination of state and federal funds for Medicare and Medicaid in long-term care services, caregivers are underpaid, delayed paid, and many times not paid. How can it be justified getting paid less than $45 a day per client for a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week service? That's less than $2 an hour per client. In times and cases when we need to hire substitute caregivers, they expect to be paid the usual wage rate of certified nurse assistant. The average salary for a nursing assistant is about $21 per hour in Hawaii. Basic math at the top of our heads say this does not add up. In fact, it does not make a sense and is cruel towards our professional standing. Hawaii is a high cost of living state, and as we slowly but quickly come out of the past 3 years of COVID-19 pandemic, the inflation of everything for our basic needs have skyrocketed before and during the pandemic as well as presently. Caregivers successfully cared for our kupuna through the most stressful plague of our times the whole world over. We continue to keep our elderly and adults with physical and mental challenges healthy and safe. Thus, we deserve to be compensated justifiably in order for our clients and our families to continue to survive. Please, again, we humbly request your urgent attention in passing HB 222 HD2 for the sake of our current and future caregivers in the home and community-based programs industry. HB 222 HD2 in strong support. We are so grateful for the opportunity to testify on this matter today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Adult Foster Home Care Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Thelma Ortal, former president of the Adult Foster Home Care Association of Hawaii. The Adult Foster Home Care Association of Hawaii, or known as AFHA, upholds the HB 222 HD2, which regulates the way the Department of Human Services shall estimate fair compensation to the sources of medical care and long-term support and services. Community Care Foster Family Home, or CCFFH, provider of over 2,000 beds statewide to elderly and disabled Hawaii residents, have not seen any increase in reimbursement for over 14 years. We've borne the brunt of inflation and other cost increase. 14 years, we are speechless. We commend the state for commissioning home and community-based services, Milliman's rate study report last year. Finally, someone has given us validation about what we've been expressing for the past 14 years, leaving us to a point where it made us feel like no one has taken us seriously, mishandled, and considered. At last, someone recognizes our plight as an industry. Based on the Milliman report, the Department of Human Services MedQuest Division concluded it is also important to focus on HCBS providers who serve groups with high utilization of services and who have gone the longest without a rate update, such as case management agencies, community care foster family homes, adult day health and daycare centers. Ironically, the acknowledgement of our tribulation comes from an outside consultant and out of state. Perhaps a wider national perspective punctuates how far the CCFFH are and how underappreciated we are. We strongly join MedQuest in their observation that it is time to change how long-term care providers are paid to better address current and future needs. The time has come. We were already the lowest paid in the nation, below even the low end of the spectrum, according to Milliman. Inflation, which is spiraled out of control, has exacerbated the challenges. Our industry and profession is one of which the younger generation in our country have little interest. Rarely does a young person today have ambition to become CCFFH, or other type of care home. We need to set a solid foundation for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up on Zoom, Inam Rahman. Not present. Okay, next is Shinanamari Priuso. Yeah, sorry.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Shell. I'm an RN, but also a caregiver. And I'm here to give you my testimony in support of HB 222 HD2. We all know and agree that the care home industry saves the state millions of dollars in healthcare cost utilization. So it is safe to say that care homes are an integral and important part of Hawaii's healthcare system. But if you ask the care home operators such as myself, we don't feel integral nor important. Instead, we feel devalued, ignored, and taken advantage of. But why is that? Let me explain. I started my own care home 5 years ago, and I took on the complex patients. And for these complex patients, I became the physical therapy, the occupational therapy, the speech therapy, the chaplain, the psychologist, the chauffeur, the janitor, the maid, the butler, the cook, and the 24-hour laundromat. But above all that, I also became their friend, their daughter, the cousin, the sister from another mother, the guardian angel, the healthcare hero, the healer, and sometimes the only family they got. Was it worth leaving a $50 hour job for a $4 hour pay? Sometimes yes, because I feel I am truly making a difference in my patient's life. I have my passion back, my calling answered. But unless you forget, healthcare heroes need to eat too. Angels are prone to recession and cost of living increase, and healers have bills and mortgages to pay. For 14 years, the pay rate in Hawaii has not increased. But do you know what increased? The acuity and the complexity of the patients that we take care of. We're not just taking care of the kupunas that are aging gracefully and happily, playing bingo and watching their soap operas. We are taking care of the kupunas with comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, stroke, dialysis, Parkinson's. We are also taking care of the kupunas that have behavioral problems from Alzheimer's, dementia, and some of them could be violent. So yes, we feel undervalued because all around us, the value of everything has increased. And yet the reimbursement for the value of our work has not. It remains stagnant. And why do we feel taken advantage and ignored, you ask? Let me explain. The state's rule of reimbursement between nursing homes and care homes are thousands of dollars apart. Why do nursing homes get reimbursed at a much higher rate? I don't know. The patient demographics are the same point system for level 1 or 2 or 3 is the same. The standard of care is the same, if not better in a care home than a nursing facility. The same nursing care plan and the same delegations are instituted. Some might argue that nursing homes have more expenditures. They have more overhead and staffing costs, but we have expenditures too. But our care home absorbs all this cost because the state is not willing to reimburse us for it. As a care home operator, I have to pay $20 an hour for a substitute caregiver if I need to run errands, go to a doctor's appointment, or just to have a day off. But I only get paid $20 a day for a level 1 Medicaid patient. The math does not add up. So, dear lawmakers, let's just pretend for a moment that you guys are the Department of Labor, and I came to you, and I ask, and I'm here to complain about the working conditions and my employer. I get paid way below minimum wage. I don't get a day off. I work 24/7 with no overtime pay. I have to find and pay for my own replacement if I want a day off. I have no health insurance, no retirement benefits, even though I work more than 40 hours a week. And to top it all off, I have not gotten a raise in 14 years. If I was a clerk or a factory worker and even a live-in nanny, as the Department of Labor, would you have investigated my employer right away? I'm betting you would. But what if I tell you that the employers, the State of Hawaii Medicaid Division, and the one complaining are the care home operators? Will it make a difference? Apparently, in the state of Hawaii, less than standard working conditions are the norm for thousands of care home operators and their substitutes, and it has gone on unchallenged for several years. Tell me why we shouldn't feel taken advantage of. In closing, I am but one caregiver that shared my story, but my story is neither unique nor one of a kind. Across the state, other caregivers share the same stories, the same experience, the same passion, the same burdens. What you see in front of you is just one caregiver. But imagine for a moment that behind me stands thousands of caregivers in Oahu, in Kauai, in Maui, in the Big Island, urging you, pleading, begging all of you not to ignore us anymore. We caregivers as a collective voice challenge the state of Hawaii to recognize and appropriately compensate and reward the hard work, the dedication, and sacrifices of the truly indispensable healthcare heroes of Hawaii. Make a difference in our lives the same way we make a difference in the lives of our patients. Because someday, one day, we will be taking care of you and your loved ones. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Good afternoon to everybody. I am one of the many caregivers in the state of Hawaii. My name is Wilma Botello. I have written some of the testimonies that I have to give you, but all those people that went before me have already said it well and clear. So all I can say now is a summary that our heart is crying for your decision. It is all in your hands. That this increase is really, really long been overdue for us. Please hear us. Our heart is crying, not only cries, but we're crying of blood because nobody seems to listen to us. Please hear us. I beg you. I am here in behalf of many caregivers which are not able to come because some of it says, come, let us support this bill B222 HD2. But most of us stays home because of how much the substitute caregivers that's asking us to pay them, which is $20 or more per hour. So I just give it all into your hands. And if there is any way for us to have this to be expedited for us to receive what is long overdue for all of us, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, sorry, are there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Sir.
Can you stand?
Yeah, this is
Okay, thank you.
aunties, uncles, little brothers and sisters. You've heard a lot of testimony today, but there's one thing in particular that you haven't heard. It's more than just the health and care needs that they provide for us.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you just state your name for the record?
Daniel Lewis Martin. You're welcome. It's not just the health care, but they allow people into their homes. They don't know who they are, where they came from, or anything of that nature. I know I was a bit difficult. I awakened, I could not move. I was paraplegic. Thanks to the care of my caregiver and all of her affiliates, I can get up with the help of a walker, okay? But the stress that we oftentimes put on our caregivers, because we don't want to give up, running, walking, hiking, biking, all of those things. And then when you do start to move a little bit, you get a little bit anxious, you get grumpy, you get aggravated, agitated. You lash out at your caregivers. I know because I've done it. And then I've seen others that came into our care home, how they lashed out also. So it's just not the physical, it's the mental, it's way mental. They deserve it. I mean, you look in all the industries, I don't see no one that does not get a raise. Nobody. Hospitals, wherever the heck they're at. everybody gets a raise. It appears to me that the private facilities, such as care homes, maybe they're being a little prejudiced when it comes to them. And I don't mean that in a bad, negative way, but prejudice still. Mahalo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone
welcome.
else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members. Oh, on Zoom. Sorry. Go. Please proceed.
Aloha, my name is Cards Pintor, and I am calling in support of HB 222. This came a little bit unexpected. I was meant to testify on another bill, but hearing after some of the testimony I have heard, I call in support, especially coming from my father. Before he worked into the taxi and Uber industry, he worked in a care home, and I volunteered and grew up around Kapuna, and it is saddening to see that these workers feel unappreciated and underpaid. We give those resources immediately because what they do is extraordinary work, especially coming from a culture where we have learned to appreciate our manang and manang, our kuya and ates, especially our family that has come from generations from different areas, and understanding of where they come from and how did they get here to bring us here to this day. So I urge support of this bill. Mahalo nui. Hello.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone else, sir? Would you like to testify?
Good morning.
Afternoon.
My name is Jeff Johnson. I suffer from Parkinson's. So you'll understand if sometimes I have softness in my voice or not able to finish a sentence. And what most people would think of. I've never had a problem with getting loud. But the reason I got, is that better? Yeah. The reason I'm here today, because one of the caregivers that they talk about is my caregiver, and she was the speaker before me that named off all of these different things that she does for me. And it's amazing when she started talking about it being a taxi and for being anyway.
You cannot pull the wire. The cord's going to come out of the bottom.
Oh yeah, thank you. Anyway, I'd just like to support this bill. And hope that you folks will see fit to bring about some type of changes in these people's lives, including mine. The happier my caregiver is, the happier I am, and the more services I can be a part of. Well, I made it through there without having any say any problems with getting over what I expected, what I hoped to get over, and that's to please look at the opportunities that these caregivers give to me, part of disability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, we're going to move to questions. Representative Lamasao.
This question.
Okay, one more,
Okay.
please.
Hi. Aloha, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice, and to all the members of the representative. My name is Nisita Chaffin, and then I'm also about 12 years in caregiving industry. So I want to start by saying I appreciate all my fellow community caregivers, operators for such amazing work and being so reliable, very dedicated towards our clients, working 24/7 and around the clock, holding down our situations, working hard at home, our position not only as a caregiver, but also micromanaging as a nurse, chef, housekeeper, administrative, and of course being their family as our own. All these positions required hard work, dedication. You're gonna have a heart to be a caregiver. Okay, we are one of the need to get work done and jiggle our personal life at the same time we're having also take care of clients' need. With inflation rate, and living costs here in Hawaii skyrocket, and the minimum pay are receiving is not helping us at least comfortably. Hospitals and nursing rehabilitation facilities are actually making way more, triple I think, than what as community foster home care's operator make. We deserve a huge amount of enhancement because we are in our more than one position working an operator. The payment we are receiving daily, $44.16 a day. A whole month is $1,324 a month. That doesn't cover our home rent, mortgage, personal bills, childcare, not mention groceries. Horrible that we actually have to pay our own pocket to pay substitute caregivers. Honestly, we're basically getting paid negative balance. So we community care home operators are really need help us live comfortably and to help our kupuna live comfortably also. So I strongly ask that please help us get paid at least, decent amount that we deserve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? All right, thank you. Representative Lamasao.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for DHS. Dr. Moore, thank you.
Aloha, Representative.
I wanted to know if there is an opportunity for any federal funding for an increase in Medicaid reimbursements for our community care homes.
As part of this bill?
As part of this bill,
yeah.
yes.
Included in our testimony at the chart at the very end does demonstrate what it would take to increase the reimbursements for community care foster family homes, and it includes both the total fund amount, and then you'll see highlighted the general fund amount. So the additional amount are federal matching funds, federal Medicaid matching funds. So that was a very long-winded way of saying yes, we do have federal Medicaid matching funds available.
Follow-up question, Chair. This is separate from the that provider fee program, or is there an opportunity for them to participate in that program?
You mean the sustainability programs that were heard earlier? Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, sorry. There's I had prior conversations, maybe it was a federal program that hospitals pay into that would allow them to basically increase their taxes so that sorry, are you familiar with what I was saying?
I'm
Okay.
getting that now, yeah.
Okay.
Earlier this afternoon,
Yeah.
there were two bills that were being heard. I think it was 1368 and
1368.
okay, and 1369. And there's for both hospitals and then nursing facilities. Those programs are based on allowance from the federal government that has a certain class. They classify providers differently, and they say, okay, these are the classes of providers that you are allowed to, do these provider fees or these provider taxes with, and care home providers are not on that list.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. The president of the President's Coalition, I think it was the first testifier, or the one who got the loudest applause, illegally.
Hi, sir.
You said something in your testimony that was music to my ears. You said, we save the state a lot of money. Could you tell us how much money you actually save?
We are getting paid 4106, which is 1,285.40 a month, versus the nursing homes are getting paid 8 to 11,000 or more a month.
So if you add all that up, how much money is that saving the state?
It's a lot of money because we, the CCFFH, we have about 3,000, more than 3,000 beds for Medicaid.
Okay. The other metric or the other question about money is, how much should the increase be? Or is that a DHS question? What are you asking for? Everybody said increase. How much should the increase be?
We are so grateful, sir, that DHS had a Milliman study that they submitted last December of last year, and we are hoping that those studies, because they studied based on how much we should get paid, how much are the expenses that we incur, and the transportation, and how much we pay our secondary caregivers. So with the Milliman study that they provided, we are happy that they did that, and we're okay with those amounts.
So whatever DHS suggests, that would be
Yes,
agreeable,
with
and
the
that's what
Milliman study.
You suggest this finance committee should follow that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you, Chair.
you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? Representative Kilo.
I have a question for DHS, Chair.
Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you. So I was reading the testimony with the chart and on the high end and low end. So what is the appropriation that you folks would be seeking to make it on the high end?
On the high end, it would be for, if you were to include all of the recommended increases for all of the home community-based services, it would be about 30 million.
Okay.
Would be the high end. If it was just the care homes, it would be about 12.5.
So we're in the ballpark of 12 to 30.
Correct. Again, it depends on what you wanted to, what you wanted the increases for, and which scenario. If you would like additional information, we did provide a legislative report in Senate Resolution 4. So there's the complete report, the complete Milliman report, additional background information. We're happy to provide that again to this committee if they are interested.
Yeah, and you can send it to our office and we'll send it out to the members.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one more, Chair.
Please.
And then I'm blanking. Is it an all or nothing kind of deal? So when you're saying that if we choose to fund what part, is it full 30 or is it the low 12?
No, we provided 3 scenarios. we provided a low, medium, and high scenario, so that if you wanted to do a minimal increase, and then we also divided it up so that there were also choices, so you could mix and match. You could say, oh, we'd like to go the estimated high for the community care foster homes, and that would be 12.5. But we only want to do the low for, the case management or the in-home services, and then we would implement based on whatever the recommendations were.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1356 HD1, relating to Medicaid patient care. Okay, so first up is Department of Human Services.
Aloha, we stand on our written testimony offering comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, State Council on Developmental Disabilities. I guess they left. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 1357, relating to home cares, to care homes, sorry. Department of Human Services.
I should have placed myself closer. Gina Moore Peterson, MedQuest Administrator. On behalf of the Department of Human Services, we stand on a written testimony in opposition to this bill. I do want to note and point out one aspect of our testimony referring to the income that is used to pay for room and board in adult residential care homes. That's a combination of both from the Social Security Administration of supplemental security income, as well as state supplemental payments. And those state supplemental payments can be found in 346-53C and D, and they have not been increased since 2008. So I know we've been hearing a lot about no increases, and it's not Medicaid funds, it's state supplemental payment programs, and those have not been increased in many years.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is ILW 1000, Esther Pascual. Not here. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 439 HD1, relating to immigrant services. First up is, questions, sorry.
For DHS, the 14-year retroactive payment seems to be either difficult or illegal.
Not possible. I mean, to get Medicaid funds for, correct.
Right. Is it possible to do a 1 year or 6 months retroactive?
Not through the Medicaid program to all the listed providers, because again, as we noted before, there are no Medicaid payments directly to adult residential care homes, so it's not possible. We already did do enhanced payments for community care foster family homes. The past year, the legislature allocated some funds for that, and we did that. And e-arches, so those have already been covered. The only group, and again, that would not be for DHS, that you could consider increasing as like a one-time basis would be those that the Department of Health, Developmental Disabilities Division pay for. That, and you would need to talk with them because I'm not familiar with their method.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, now we're moving on to House Bill 439 HD1. First up is Office of Language Access.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Member of the Committee. As President Director for the Office of Language Access, we stand on the witness testimony, offering comment, and we're for any question from the committee. Thank you,
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Office of Community Services.
Good afternoon, Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Giovanni Dela Cruz, the Executive Director of the Office of Community Services. I stand in our written testimony in support of the measure and offer also, I would like to highlight that the testimony also offers some comments and recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services. The Department of Human Services stands on its written testimony, deferring to the Office of Community Service and in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights. Amy Akbayani. On Zoom.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I think my video's not on, but my name's Amy Agbayani with the Hawaii Friends for Civil Rights. We stand in strong support of this measure and stand on our testimony. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The Legal Clinic.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Bettina Mock with the Legal Clinic. We're a nonprofit organization providing free immigration legal services, and we stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure. And thank you, members, for your service.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Liza Ryan Gill with Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights, representing over 25 immigrant-serving and immigrant-led organizations across the state. We're in strong support of this bill, and just want to point out, since this is the Finance Committee, that we have over 40,000 individuals in the state that are green card holders that are eligible to naturalize, but we have underutilized any naturalization services or having a state program towards this. And once folks do naturalize, they typically make an income that is 50 to 70% higher. So as we think about affordability in this state and raising up incomes, especially in low income neighborhoods, this is something that we can pursue to help folks help themselves. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Workers Center.
Aloha, Chair, and members of the committee. I am Reverend Sam Domingo. I serve on the board as Chair of the Hawaii Workers Center. You have received testimony that was sent over by our Executive Director and maybe another member in full support of this bill. I just wanted to add one other comment. The fact that during the pandemic, especially our workers, our low-wage, non-unionized workers, a lot of them are immigrants, really were failed by the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations Unemployment Claims Office, and were really treated disrespectfully throughout that time. And so this would add a layer, really, that would fully support the kinds of challenges that they had and that immigrant people continue to have. So this is something that we fully support. Thank you for offering.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 883 HD1 relating to health. First up is Department of Health, Behavioral Health Administration.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. The Department of Health stands on this written remarks, offering comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, there's no one else that's signed up to testify on this measure. Are there any questions? Or anybody else wants to testify? Seeing none, questions, members? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next bill, House Bill 314 HD1 relating to food banks. First up is Hawaii Office of Community Services.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Giovanni Dela Cruz, the Executive Director of the Office of Community Services. We have submitted our written testimony, and I stand on it in support of the measure. And we offer. I also would like to mention that our testimony offers some comments on it that this distinguished committee could take into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Human Services.
DHS stands on our testimony and support, deferring to OCS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nate Hicks here with Hawaii Public Health Institute. And I just want to point to the fact that the emergency food systems, the food banks, provide a social service to our community, right? When people need food and have nowhere else to turn, they can go to these folks, which is a huge service for the members of our state. Just like any other social service that we provide, like many of the people who were in this room earlier. But the emergency food system is not funded by the state. It's funded by generous donations from the people within our community. And we wouldn't depend on other social services to rely on donations from other folks, and our emergency food system should not either. We should fund it just like other services that the state depends on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support. We are in strong support of this measure. I think many of you we saw during the pandemic were volunteering at these food distributions. Food insecurity was heightened. We all saw it. The pandemic is basically over. Food insecurity is still here. The food banks came to the rescue of the farmers and ranchers during the pandemic. They bought the food that had nowhere to go. Basically kept our farmers and ranchers continuing farming and be able to grow because there was a market. That has continued. You heard the previous speaker. We believe and we urge this committee to pass this measure to support the food bank, support our 4 Hawaii food banks, our food banks here in Hawaii. But we also want the legislature to consider dedicated funding to the food banks. Food insecurity is still here. These organizations provide a service, and now there's a win-win because they are supporting local agriculture by continuing to purchase from our farmers and our ranchers. We ask you humbly to support this measure, to pass this measure, and to also consider dedicated funding for the Hawaii food banks and the many organizations that they support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Food Bank.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Amy Miller Marvin with Hawaii Food Bank. We are in strong support of this measure. We stand on our written testimony, but I do just want to point out a few things. One is that food insecurity remains very high in our state. 1 in 6 people in Hawaii is food insecure, including 1 in 4 keiki. That is the second highest rate of child food insecurity in the country. And we are still serving about 50% more people than we were prior to the pandemic. And many of these folks are people that have always been able to make ends meet. They're employed, but inflation and the rising cost of food has made it so they need to rely on the charitable food network in order to put food on the table for their families. This measure helps to provide funds that the food banks can use to purchase food, either locally or from the continent. We can really stretch a dollar. We have relationships with manufacturers through our network of food banks on the continent. Every dollar that comes to the food bank, we can use to provide food for more than 2 meals. So we really hope you guys will support this measure. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Hawaii Food Industry Association. Not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members' questions. Representative Kilo.
Thank you, Chair. Office of Community Services, please. Hi,
Representative.
How much money do we appropriate now in the legislature to food banks or to the Office for Food Banks?
Last year, Representative, there was an appropriation of $2 million, but It was federal. It was from federal money. From it was appropriated, but it was line item vetoed by the prior administration. However, my office requested for it to be reinstated, and now we currently have in contract with the food banks, which because there was no method of requesting for procurement exemption, my office did RFP it out, and they submitted proposals, and we are in contract with them now.
How quickly can you spend $2 million?
It's depending on how fast the food banks purchase the food. What we did, since the notice, the federal funding allows the contract to be retroactive. That could also help. So we had the contract retroactively started July of last year to see if they could get reimbursed for qualified expenditures under the grant.
So when folks are bidding for the money that is in the Office of Community Services, some of that money is not necessarily just for the food, but other expenses incurred by the food bank?
We put a cap on the admin money that they could use.
Okay.
So 10% of the awarded amount can be used for admin. So we want to make sure that we maximize the possible dollar that they could use to purchase food.
So is it the Office of Community Services seeking $2 million again or more?
It is not our bill, but we support it.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, in my testimony, Representative, I left it open. We did not put any specific percentage on how much OCS should take, because again, if depending on the appropriation, I don't want to put a percentage because I don't want to take too much. Of the $2 million that was RFP'd out, currently OCS only retained $20,000 for administration.
Okay. And Chair, can I ask one more question to the Hawaii Farm Bureau? Thank you.
Thank you, Rep.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for coming up. I have a question. How much does one food drive cost?
Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Thank you, Representative Keela. It depends on the amount of families that you're servicing for that food distribution. From the produce side, I think we were involved in the large 4,000 families a day to 350 families a day. And just on the produce side, that's not counting shelf-stable breads and milk and even some ground beef, but just produce. We've spent $20,000 to $30,000 on a single distribution day.
And that's how many families?
That would be 4,000.
Okay. So in the case of math, then it would be in the best interest to do more than $2 million?
Representative, yes, I believe the request is $3 million for this specific bill, and I think the food banks can explain that answer your question on how quickly that's spent. That can be spent very quickly. Again, the need is here. My understanding is the request for this particular legislation is $3 million. We'd love to see it higher. More money would allow them to purchase more local. We've had the discussion on the cost and the price of local, but I believe it's $3 million for this request.
And could you confirm for me that there are sometimes food items that are procured that is necessarily, there is no dollar amount because it gets donated?
Yes, absolutely, and I think there's a bill that we're testifying on across the hall that seeks to get donations or seeks to get allow protein and wild game as donations to food banks and nonprofits. But yes, they do receive donations also.
Well, thank you, Brian, and to your farmers for helping out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 579 HD2, relating to human trafficking. First up is Department of Human Services.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tim Hitchens, Social Services Division Assistant Administrator on behalf of the Department of Human Services. We support the measure and defer to the Attorney General's office.
Okay, thank you. Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Van Acker. I am in the Special Investigation and Prosecution Division at the department. We do rest on our written testimony providing comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaii State Commission on Status of Women. On Zoom. Not here? Okay, we're moving on to the Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. This is Scott Shimabukuro from the Department of Health. We stand on our written testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zonta Club of Hilo. Not here. Okay, next is Catholic Charities.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. This is Betty Lou Larson at Catholic Charities. We stand on our written testimony and support.
Thank you. Let's see. Anyone else here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, questions? Okay, we're going to recess for decision making. We're going to take 15 minutes, members. We'll be back at, well, let's say 2:50. Recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on Agenda 2. We only on 1, 2. Let's go. Hold on, recess. Okay. We'll reconvene for decision-making on our 11:30 agenda. First up is House Bill 870 HD1. Recommendation is that we pass it out as an HD2, blanking out appropriation and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 870 HD1 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett is excused. Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're voting on House Bill 1254 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1254 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Garrett, who will be excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 1366 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1366 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 224 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 224 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 339 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 339 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1368 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1368 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, 1369 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1369 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 450 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 450 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 547 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Representative Kobayashi.
Could we have tech amendments including that semicolon?
Yeah, we're going to deal with that later. We're going to let the subject matter deal with that. Thank you very much. Any further comments? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 547 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 261 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 261 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 225 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 225 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 349 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 349 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is
Okay,
adopted.
House Bill 222 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 222 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 1356 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1356 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1357 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1357 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 439 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 439 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 883 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 883 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, HB 314 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 314 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 579 HD2 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 579 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're gonna adjourn this hearing and then move into our next hearing. Okay, Committee on Finance will move on our third agenda. First up is House Bill 960 HD1. Lieutenant Governor's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair and the members of the committee. In strong support and will be available for questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, School Facilities Authority.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand on our written testimony in support and available for questions.
Thank you. Executive Office on Learning, Early Learning.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. EOEL stands in support. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Budget and Finance.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sabrina Nasser, Deputy Director for Department of Budget and Finance, and we stand on our written testimony, which is comments.
Okay, thank you. AA Coalition.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kiragawa, and members of the committee. My name is Sherry Nakamura, Director of the Hui for Excellence in Education, or HE'e Coalition. We're a public education advocacy group. We will stand on our written testimony in support of HB 960 HD1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all who's signed up to testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. The former chair of the Finance Committee. The Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Madam, for gracing us with your presence.
Yes, Representative Ward.
I see two of you together. It's just like old times. And seeing people in person is really nostalgic also. My question is this: is this enough money to do what you want to do?
As former chair of the Finance Committee and being very fiscally prudent, nothing is ever enough. But we will do our best to spend down the $200 million, I think. Based on our briefing, we have a very solid plan, and thanks to the efforts of EOEL, DOE, SFA, and many others, there is a plan to spend the 200, and there is also an additional plan to build teacher housing on top of preschool and to look at other preschool avenues as well.
And the lapsing of funds of June 2024 is a very quick burn. Is that still agreeable? You can do it within like a year and a half, or less than a year and a half?
Yeah, so that's why in this bill, we're not asking that the lapsing amount or the lapsing date be extended, because we like the fact that we have a short timetable to expend the funding, and we want to put that challenge upon ourselves to meet that goal and to expand and to try to build as many preschools around the state.
So you want to be a little pushy like you were when you were in the committee? No,
As all of you
strike
are.
that,
Yeah.
Chair. No, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 961 HD1, related to early learning, Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you. Strong support of House Bill 961, and mahalo to the chair for introducing this bill. This is part of our Ready Keiki initiative, and this is very important to have a mixed delivery, not just in the public sector, but private sector as well. Again, mahalo to many of the stakeholders who are present here. Thank you, and we'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Executive Office on Early Learning.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. I'm Yuko Arikawa Cross at the Executive Office on Early Learning. We appreciate the legislature's effort to expand access to affordable, high-quality early learning options using a multi-pronged approach. We stand on our written testimony in support of this bill, particularly expanding EOEL public pre-K program to enroll 3-year-olds and defer to the DHS on components related to the Preschool Open Doors program. We look forward to continuing efforts to increase universal access to our youngest keiki across the state, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Budget and Finance.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sabrina Nasser, Deputy Director of Budget and Finance, and we stand on our written testimony which offers comments.
Thank you. University of Hawaii.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Deborah Halbert, Vice President for Academic Strategy. We stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Campo Relitz. I'm the Director of Early Learning and Health Policy from Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. You have our testimony in support, particularly of the expansion of Preschool Open Doors. What I wanted to mention and highlight for you is one of the things that we want to make sure is that we are, when expanding access, that it's meaningful for families. And so that means increasing the amount of programs that are available that are low cost or no cost to families, because price is one of the biggest barriers for a lot of families. And Preschool Open Doors is a vehicle to do that. So the amendments that we are asking for are just making clear some of the things that would allow us to expand that access. So it's just helping to make sure that the things that we need to expand access is there. I also want to mention for the expansion of EOEL jurisdiction that we want to make sure that whenever we're expanding to serve threes, that we're doing so with the resources to do it correctly. I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. AA Coalition.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Sherry Nakamura again, Director of HA Coalition. Will stand on our written testimony in support of this bill. We greatly appreciate the efforts of the legislature to expand and strengthen our mixed delivery system of pre-K opportunities. Bolstering preschool open doors in particular will help families increase access to early learning options and help children be better prepared to enter our K-12 system. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Association of Independent Schools. Not present. Okay, Linda Lento in Zoom.
Aloha, this is Linda Ilento. I want to provide testimony. I actually submitted written testimony. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to verify that you did receive it. And aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Committee on Finance. I wanted to ask that as the committee considers financing or continue financing Open Doors, as a parent and a grandparent of children who benefited from this program, as well as the Child Care Subsidy Program for over 20 years. Also from case law, I wanted to pass on a couple of concerns that I've had, if you could refer to my written testimony. But also would be the accreditation, the ACSI, as the Association of Christian Schools International. It is specifically listed in our statute for kindergarten through 12, but it's not listed here. And if the state, which I do not believe considers it as a national early organization, then it needs to be listed specifically in our statute, as I've specified in my testimony as well as previous testimonies. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to give some testimony, and just wanted to add that I believe that if we continue only allowing the national accreditation for these organizations that only have the ACSI accreditation, you're continuing to bring parents as well as the schools to be able to have the funding, because they're religious school. They're not going to be able to go to the NAEYC if it's against what they believe in their religion and so forth. Whereas ACSI has proven that it's an international accreditation, and they're already getting approved, I guess, based on the 75% level of funding, not the full 100%. So I just want to ask that you consider, even though I know there's a lot of discussion with our state constitution about funding religious schools, there is case law that shows that it's definitely discriminatory looking at funding religious schools versus not when it comes to this, for any type of a payment or a voucher. It's case law if the Supreme Court has shown that it's against our Constitution regarding religious freedom and the First Amendment. So anyway, I appreciate this time that you've given me, and I just wanted to see one more point. I appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day, but anyway, thank you very much for this time to give testimony. All right, bye.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Scott Morishige, Division Administrator on behalf of DHS. We did submit written testimony, so I'm not sure if you didn't receive it. But our testimony was in support and offering written comments, and we'll stand on our testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, we have your testimony. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Kobayashi, followed by Ayu.
For BNF, you don't support the deposit of federal funds into the preschool open doors special fund. Could you just, could your objections be resolved by simply having two accounts in that special fund?
We could, I can look into that, but essentially what we want is just to have a way to separate out the federal funds. So we can see if there's a way to create a sub-account within that special fund that would allow us to separate those federal funds for compliance purposes.
And if needed, you could put special language to indicate that there might be different uses for the separate accounts.
Yeah, that is correct.
That might resolve your objection.
Correct, right. Yeah, yes, correct. So our primary purpose is just to make sure that we can easily identify and track the federal fund portion.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Representative Ayu.
Lieutenant Governor, just a quick question. I support your increasing access, but when we talk about access, are you allowed to spend any monies for like bus services for these students to get to pre-K?
Yeah, so the currently preschool open doors funding is specifically to fund it's a subsidy for low-income families that goes to the providers. In addition to preschool open doors, there's this child care block grant, which is federal subsidy, and the federal subsidy can be used for a variety of services, including before school and after school care and many other additional expenses. I think the beauty of preschool open doors, unlike the federal amounts, is the preschool open doors doesn't have federal reporting and requirement, which requires work or school requirement. So there might be individuals who don't work for whatever reasons, but still need to send their kids to preschool. But because this is a subsidy to low-income families, the providers can use it for other purposes, including meals or if need be, transportation. We do know that Kamehameha schools provide transportation services for the Native Hawaiian population to certain preschools, but, definitely it's something that is somewhat flexible.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 963 HD1 relating to broadband. First up is Lieutenant Governor.
In strong support, this is a match that was provided by the legislature last year using ARPA funds. Unfortunately, ARPA funds had to be used for other purposes, so we're coming in this year to allow for a 25% match that is required for additional broadband funding from the federal government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. DBED.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Bert Lum, the Hawaii Broadband and Digital Equity Office in DBED. DBED stands on its written testimony in strong support of this bill. I'm available for any questions if you have any, and appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Budget and Finance.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sabrina Nasser, Deputy Director for Department of Budget and Finance. We stand on our written testimony, similar to our colleagues, in strong support.
Okay, thank you. AARP. On Zoom.
Oops. Good afternoon, Audrey Suganakdal on behalf of AARP, and AARP stands in strong support of this as submitted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, questions? Broadband. Okay, next, we'll move on to the next bill. House Bill 964, relating to certification of documents. First up, Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. We are in strong support of this bill, and will be available. That's my walk-up song. So can you play that every time I come up? So if you have any questions, I'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Department of Health. Okay. Not present. Okay, that's it. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have a question song also? In this amended version, you have for a fee for, how do you pronounce this?
Okay, so you weren't present at my budget hearing, clearly.
I told you, I said she was pushy, you know that.
Yeah. So this is called apostles. So it's an apostle with a T.
Okay, but why $10?
So right now, apostles cost $1. So what apostle is, it's a document, any original document that you need to take to a foreign country. So say that you want to do business in China, or you want to adopt a child from another country, and they require your either like your birth certificate or land holdings or whatever it is. You come to the Lieutenant Governor's office for our office to certify your document. In order to certify the document, guess how much it is?
Not the $1.
Yeah, $1.
Oh.
But a lot of times it's $1, and there are mistakes, or there are changes, or there are things that need to be done. So we would have to send it back, and so it costs sometimes more than $1. The other thing about $1, the state of Hawaii don't accept credit cards. Or
why not credit? Why don't you accept credit
yeah,
cards?
so I think that's the problem. So we don't accept credit cards. We don't accept a personal check. We don't accept Venmo because of the statutory restrictions for this specific apostles. And so what we're hoping to do is the amount charged for apostles has not changed since 1960, and we found the audit in one of our files from a 1960 audit saying there has to be changes to this apostle certification process. The amount doesn't work, and the processes that our office has to go through, you have to revamp. And so one of the things we would like to do is work out an arrangement with a bank or a financial institution to allow for charging of documents and or allowing for other measures like Venmo or e-check. But in order to do that, there has to be a startup cost. And then the state, our office is willing to take on the responsibility of the fee charge. A lot of times, when you do a credit card charge, they charge you 3% or whatever it is, and I don't think that's fair. So we would need to increase the cost a little bit to account for a situation where we have to return the documents. Sometimes it costs a little bit more, and then also have startup funding so that we can enter into an engagement with either a financial institution and look at ways of changing this process.
And this is 60 years culminating with this bill, finally. You said in 1960, this issue was brought up.
1960-ish.
Thank you for your attention to detail, Madam Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. See, briefings are important. Okay. Okay, any further questions? Okay, members, we're going to move on to the next measure. Let's see. No, I think not important. Okay, well, wait, I know what's wrong. Okay, House Bill 32 HD1, and there's no testifiers. So we're gonna move on to the next bill, House Bill. No, did I skip it? Yes, I did. Okay, okay. House Bill 1260 HD1 relating to address confidentiality. First up is the Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, and thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee, and strong support. And address confidentiality law is something that the legislature passed maybe about 4 years ago. At that point in time, we weren't sure where to house it, and we decided to house it in the Lieutenant Governor's office. It's not appropriately in the Lieutenant Governor's office, only because these are domestic violence victims. We're trying to shield from potential abuser or potential abusive spouses from trying to figure out what their address is. And because the Capitol is an open space, we don't want to invite abusive perpetrators into this building, because if they can't get the information from our office, they could be coming to the legislative offices or other offices. So thanks to the new division or new Department of Law Enforcement, they are willing to take on this duty to protect domestic violence victims from shielding their addresses from perhaps the abusive partner of abusive individuals. So we'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Law Enforcement.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. I will stand on our testimony that does address the two concerns that were raised in the prior version every time this bill has come up with respect to the use of a third-party contractor to address. Our limitation is only for the mail forwarding and the service of process. And then the other concern that's come up from another group is the use of a advisory council, and we don't believe that would be appropriate for this particular program. It's not as complex as the SAVIN program. I know we addressed that in our testimony, but I'm available to answer questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence? Not present. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none. Members, questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next bill. And that's the one we have to skip. Okay, House Bill 32 HD1. There's no testifiers, so we're going to move on to House Bill 1192 HD1. First up is the Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. I'm Rosanna Fukuda, testifying on behalf of Superintendent Keith Hayashi. And the department stands on its written testimony offering comments, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up is State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Okay, not present. University of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Debbie Halbert, Vice President for Academic Strategy. We stand on our written testimony and are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee Alliance on Prisons.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Kat Brady testifying on behalf of Community Alliance on Prisons in strong support. We definitely need civic engagement. I think we're all drowning in myths and disinformation that's going viral. So we really believe this is important, and the public access room, I can't speak highly enough about. They actually help people figure out how to have input into government policy. So they're the really terrific office. And I think we're the only office in the country that actually has a public access room for the people. Yay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members' questions. Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 600 HD1. First up is State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Okay, present. Department of Transportation on Zoom. Oh,
Good,
here.
yes, hi. Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. I'm Tammy Lee, Acting Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. Thank you for having me. We stand on our written testimony supporting the intent of this measure, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Department of Health.
Good afternoon, members of the House Finance and Chair and Vice Chair. I'm Lola Irvin, representing Dr. Kenneth Fink for the Department of Health. And the Department of Health provides comments on HB 600 HD1. And we do defer to the Department of Transportation as the lead on this bill. The department provides some data in that Safe Routes to School is an evidence-based approach to increasing physical activity for children. And note that in 2019, just 13% of high school students and 17% of middle school students met the federal guidelines for physical activity. And so I remember in my Hanabata days walking to and from school, from King Intermediate to Kaneohe. It was an hour walk. And so Safe Routes to School would have ensured that I would have had connectivity in terms of sidewalks. And so that's what the intent of the advisory group is to look at areas where we need that. And Department of Health has been active in that approach because we know that it's good for physical activity, to build it into the day, and also to create the safe routes for our children. And so we do provide some data, and we do, we're quite kind of anal about it. So we have citations if you want to look up the references we have, but it's in the back there. And we show that in Hawaii, 34% of high school students and 38% of middle school students reported they walked or rode their bikes to and from school one or more days on average. And so we're willing to work with the Department of Transportation, of course, deferring to their leadership. I'm here for any questions that you might have. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Okay, thank you. Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Kurt Otoguro, members of the committee, my apologies. Kurt Otoguro, Deputy Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the department. We stand on a written testimony in support for this measure, HB 600. We will defer to the Department of Transportation with regard to the formation of a committee. I would just tell you that we have been working with the department for many years with regard to safety. That's their number one concern. And they're doing a good job. I think if anything, if the committee would consider additional funding for them to build these crosswalks and sidewalks and what have you, that'd be greatly appreciated. So thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, Honolulu Police.
Aloha.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee, Captain Stason Tanaka from HPD's Traffic Division, and we stand on our written testimony in support. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We'll stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Again, we just truly feel that this measure is a good resource for the DOT as they look to increase some of their safety efforts around our schools. And yeah, just happy to see this measure moving forward. We do have a comment in our testimony, if you can take a look, Chair, around some concerns around the current special fund that's set up to support counties. I think the mechanism to release some of that funding has somehow gotten a little bit entangled with some of the legislative session of 2021. So trying to help get some of that funding to counties would be helpful. And I'm not sure if this is the right measure for it, but we'd be open to that, adding that into this particular measure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up is Cards Pintor.
Aloha, my name is Cards Pintor. After the accident of Sariara in McKinley High School, my auntie saw the news and she sent us a picture. The picture was my cousin walking that same crosswalk that Sarah was walking, and that was moments before Sarah was hit. Everyone in my family kept thinking that could have been her, and everyone has been telling me, cousin, and the rest of my cousins, please be careful when you're walking. On Wednesday, I went to see the memorial set up, and it is just saddening to be there and see the flowers around the light poles and the fences. And the worst part about this is that this wasn't the first accident in the past 5 months around a school area. As back in October, my friend's brother was involved in a hit and run, just walking to HBA. I support this bill because I feel that we cannot afford more lives because people are being reckless of their driving or we have unsafe roads. I cannot afford my life walking to school every day, and I am just lucky to be. I want to have a safer life, just making sure I can get to where I need to be. Mahalo nui.
Okay, thank you very much. Kaili Swan.
Hello, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Kylie Swan. I strongly support this bill because I walk to the bus stop every day from my house to the bus stop. The one good thing about my house to the bus stop, they have a speed hump by my area. It will be nice to add more speed hump, but down where that tragedy happened, that other testimony that I wanted to mention. Can you please support this bill? If you have any questions, please let me know, and then I'm happy to answer your question, Representative Ward and other community members in my area. Thank you so much to listen to this bill and support these testimonies.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, questions? Representative Ward.
Sure, I'm compelled now that I was called out for asking too many questions, not by you, but by someone on the. My question is to the DOE, because the crosswalk was brought up. How does this bill interface with the Kamakei and Kapulani dangerous crosswalk, basically, where, as this mentioned, was a fatality?
Yeah, we had a few discussions with Director Sniffen specifically on that. There obviously you can't have 100% of any safety. Obviously, we try our best. Tragedies like what happened is unacceptable. There are other mitigating factors that we could make flashing lights. Maybe they have these rapid flashing lights. Barring just gating it down, we run the risk. So there's other alternative routes that I think can be created that would be more safe, and that's what the intent of this committee would be, to absolutely have more collaboration on what would be the most safe. It might not be the quickest, because that's always the human aspect, right? Just get across because that's the quickest way. So I think we need to relook at how we want to steer our students and actually any public to cross the street.
So this bill would directly address that issue?
I hope so. That's my belief, that a committee of something like this with different
very, very
committee
important.
members would
Good. Thank you very
provide
much,
that
sir.
input.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 822. relating to motor vehicles. First up is Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of Transportation stands on its written testimony in opposition. I do have a correction to make. There's a typographical error. Our testimony reads, once every 10 years. We meant to say 2 years. But thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Honolulu Police.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Honolulu Police Department stands on our written testimony in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, Victor Ramos. I guess not here. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item before us. House Bill 1110 HD2 relating to road uses charge program. First up is the Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of Transportation stands on our written testimony in support of this measure. I would like to highlight a couple of things. This measure doesn't, it's not a double tax on electric vehicle owners. The purpose is to eliminate the existing $50 surcharge and replace it with a choice for EV owners. And that choice is one of two. Be in the road usage charge program and pay 0.8 of a penny, and it's capped at $50, or opt out of paying the electric vehicle surcharge and pay a maximum of $50. Our ultimate goal that's included on our testimony, or it's included in the measure as well, is to include all passenger vehicles and light-duty trucks into a road usage charge by 2033. That's 10 years from now, and we basically research best practices on other states, Oregon and Utah in particular. We envision a transition plan to be reported to the legislature in 2026, basically providing options, timelines, implementation, and recommendations, but I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, member of the committee, Chris Junker from the Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written testimony in support. I just would note one typographical error on page 2. It reads January 1, 2024. It's supposed to read January 1, 2034. Here for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We stand on our testimony in support of this measure. Just within our testimony, we have some comments on the implementation plan and hoping that those can be considered when rolling out that plan by 2026 session. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We will stand on our written comments, be available for questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, thank you. Members, questions? Representative Ward.
To the Department of Transportation. This has been met with controversy. We understand that the fuel tax, because of various reasons, is not having as much money as it is, therefore this electrical one. One of the questions that seems unanswered is, why don't you just shift what's missing in the fuel tax to electric vehicles? Make them pay for those who are driving the Lexus, the Teslas and the others. Why? This is very complicated, especially if you're far away, you drive an old truck and you have poor gas mileage. And I know you say it balances it out, but it's just the amount of work that you're going to have to do with the algorithms just seems like it's too complicated.
We issued our final report, and a recommendation that came out from that final report is to basically use existing process to collect vehicle miles traveled through the odometer readings from our safety check. And so I think we feel that, it will be a cost to, maybe like a 2% a cost in like accounting to collect that and to, include just like a different line item for your road usage charge on your registration when you register. But we feel that, it's definitely doable. Other states, they do like get odometer readings in a different way. The states that do not have safety checks to collect the odometer reading, they have plug-in devices with or without GPS, and that's how they propose, or Utah and Oregon propose to, I guess, collect the odometer readings that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, members, we're moving on to the next bill. House Bill 1104, relating to motor vehicle enforcement, Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tammy Lee. The Department of Transportation, we stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to, well, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members' questions. Okay, moving on to the next bill, House Bill 1108, HD1. Let's see, relating to commercial motor vehicle fines, Department of Transportation.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of Transportation supports this measure, and I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members' questions. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 24 HD1, relating to water common carriers. Okay, first up is DCCA, Super Advocate.
Aloha and good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dean Nishino with the Division of Consumer Advocacy. We stand on our written testimony in opposition, available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the YPUC Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Anand Samtani with the Public Utilities Commission. On behalf of Leo Sunchin, we stand on our written testimony, and available for questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, Young Brothers.
Hi, this is David Veltri. I'm appearing on, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. This is David Veltri. I'm Associate General Counsel at Young Brothers. And we stand on our written testimony in strong support of this measure. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Members' questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 1406 HD1, relating to environmental protection. First up is Department of Health. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Glenn Ha'ai, on behalf of the Department of Health. The department stands on its written testimony, offering comments. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of Transportation stands on our written testimony, offering comments, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Asphalt Paving Industry.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee members. My name is John Young, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii Asphalt Paving Industry. We represent the paving contractors in Hawaii, and we stand on our written testimony that, well, actually, we don't oppose the bill necessarily, we just don't feel it's necessary. And I'd like to just highlight a couple of things in our testimony. If the goal of the bill is to maximize the use of RAP, our producer members already do that. They utilize RAP to the maximum allowed by the various government agencies. In addition, we in addition, we're helping the DOT. We support their efforts to increase the amount of RAP to 50% in the mixes. And as far as like having centralized storage areas, we think that it's most efficient if the paving contractors take the RAP directly from their projects and back to their plants, because that's where they use it. It doesn't seem to make much sense to have the RAP, take it to a central location, go to the central location, pick it up, and take it to their plants. And so that's it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm here to answer questions about the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, House Bill 1233 HD2 relating to tourism. First up is Hawaii Tourism Authority. Mr. DeFries.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, aloha. The Hawaii Tourism Authority stands by our testimony and will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's no one else that signed up to testify. Is there anybody else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 820 HD1, relating to the transit accommodation tax. First up is Hawaii Tourism Authority.
Again, committee members, the Hawaii Tourism Authority stands by our written testimony and will be available to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Gary Sugunuma, Director of Taxation. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments, and I'm here to try to answer any questions you might have. Thanks.
Okay, next is Ostra. Edward Jones. Not present. Okay, next up is Airbnb Inc.
Aloha.
Okay.
I apologize, I was on mute. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I stand opposed to this bill. To be constitutional, the increased tax must be applied to all transient occupants. If the committee feels that tourists are prepared to really pay this tax, then use the revenue to replace the state income tax. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We are concerned primarily about the punitive treatment of what's defined in the bill as transit vacation units. It seems that hotels wouldn't be, B&Bs wouldn't be, but other transient units would be subject to this punitive tax. There is no indication of whether these units comply with or are in violation of county codes, and it seems like the tax would apply even if the properties are in full compliance with at the county level. So we have concerns based on, what is the policy justification for the punitive treatment in this bill, and we do think that if that question cannot be satisfactorily answered, there may be constitutional problems. Thank you very much. I'd be available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Rental by Owner Awareness Association. Not present. Okay, next, Hawaii Legal Short-Term Rental Alliance.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Lauren C. Hayes. I'm an attorney, and I'm here today representing Hawaii Legal Short-Term Rental Alliance to submit testimony in opposition of HB 820. HB 820 is unconstitutional as it violates the Dormant Commerce Clause. Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that the federal government has the power to regulate commerce among the states. U.S. Supreme Court precedent provides an understanding of the boundaries of a state's authority to regulate interstate commerce. The general rule is that 1, state regulations may not discriminate against interstate commerce, and 2, states may not impose undue burdens on interstate commerce. More specifically, the test to determine if a tax is valid under Commerce Clause analysis is if it 1, applies to an activity with a substantial nexus with the taxing authority, 2, is fairly apportioned, 3, does not discriminate against interstate commerce, and 4, is fairly related to the services the state provides. HB 820 is not fairly apportioned as it unfairly and arbitrarily increases taxes on short-term rentals, but not hotels, creates a discriminatory economic effect on interstate commerce, and is not fairly related to services provided by the state. Therefore, it fails to meet the threshold of validity and would likely be struck down by the court. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maui Vacation Rentals Association.
Not present on Zoom.
Let's see. How do you pronounce this guy's name? Valdemir Gorovich.
Yes, hi members, Vladimir Gorovich, thank you for letting me testify in strong opposition of Bill 8220. My concerns, I'm gonna list them. My concerns is that it currently imposes a fairly high 25% tax on top of existing taxation that rentals of less than 180 days are subject to in the state of Hawaii, which is, I think, 25%, and 3% city and county of Honolulu tax on the same rentals of less than 180 days. So if these were added together, there would be more than 30% taxes on these properties, on legal properties. And secondly, I want to second the concern that this seems to punish legal vacation rentals while exempting hotels from the same treatment. It singles out owners of vacation units in the same resort areas, especially on Oahu. And I really want to call out the fact that these decisions are often made without any representation from vacation rental industry at the decision table. And so I really would appreciate that in the future, you folks bring some stakeholders from legal short-term rental industry to the table. If the intent of this legislation was to punish illegal vacation rentals, then I just don't understand, or get rid of illegal vacation rentals. I don't understand why taxing legal vacation rentals that are legal in counties that are in resort areas is a way of doing it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Kate Bliss.
Hello, everybody. Yes, it's Kate Bliss. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am testifying today in strong opposition to HB 820, which raises a 25% hike for transient vacation rental owners. I'm a small business owner and making less than $100,000 a year. I know the bill only lodges an increase in taxes on transient vacation owners while leaving out multi-million-dollar corporations, which I find very puzzling why that would be. Representative Daniel Holt states that the purpose of the bill is to lower the price of housing and reduce tourism. However, the counties are already have legislation to tackle the issues surrounding short-term rentals. And just on Oahu alone, there are 12 hotels planned. So I don't understand why this is so punitive and discriminatory towards small business owners that actually live on Oahu, while leaving out Marriott, which made $20 billion in 2022, Hilton made $8 billion, and Hyatt, based in Chicago, made $1.2 billion. It's not taxing these multi-million-dollar corporations, it's taxing small business owners that actually live here, and it hurts us, and it will not lower the cost of homes. Many of these condos don't even have full kitchens. So I think that the logic behind this bill is very flawed. And I think that this will not hold up in a case of law if it's challenged in a court. So over. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Michelle Yao?
Oh, hi.
Proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of committee. I'm Michelle. I oppose this bill. This bill punishes legal vacation rental operators and benefits hotels so that hotels can have the monopoly. On Oahu, for example, legal transient vacation rentals are operating in the same resort zone as hotels, providing the same transient accommodation, paying the same hotel and resort property taxes. In addition, these transient vacation units on Oahu are also subject to annual fees and other requirements that hotels are exempt from. Resort Zone on Oahu was created to primarily serve the visitor industry. For decades, the legal vacation rental owners have followed the law, have done everything by the book. We have done nothing wrong, but now why are we being targeted again? This bill wants to impose 25% TAT on vacation rentals only, but keep hotels' TAT rate at 10.25%. This is a punishment to law-abiding small business owners. How can a legislation discriminate against one class of provider of transient accommodation in favor of the other one? Your committee report states that transient vacation rental continues to be a problem. I think you intend to say that those illegal vacation rentals in the residential areas are the problem. Oahu has recently passed Bill 41 after a multi-year deliberation and efforts. Now, the problem is not lack of law. The problem is lack of effective enforcement. I understand Oahu is putting resources together into enforcing the new ordinance. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, please let each county handle it. Please do not pass this one-sided bill, because it is punitive, it is unfair, and it is discriminatory towards legal vacation rental providers, towards law-abiding small business owners, and it is unconstitutional. Lastly, please consider having an all-stakeholder tourism committee to include both hotel and vacation rental representatives to create balanced and workable legislations in the future. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. John, An?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm testifying in strong opposition to HB 820. I agree with many of the points that the former testifiers presented. I purchased a property in the resort zone over 6 years ago. This is in Honolulu, and I did my due diligence. I looked at the zoning, and I paid more to purchase a property in the resort zone versus one that is outside. Now, this bill comes along and says that even though I have a legal vacation rental, just because I am not a multi-billion-dollar corporation, I have to pay 25% more in TAT. That does not make any sense, and it almost feels like this bill was written by the hotels. As Michelle just testified, I would urge you please to incorporate representatives of the legal short-term rental industry when putting these bills together, so that we have a balanced approach as bills are presented, and we can find a way to regulate our industry, the tourism industry, in a way that's fair, balanced, and not just one-sided to one industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Benjamin Bennett?
Yes. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Ben Bennett. My family and I live in Kahuku, Red Raiders for life. House Bill 820, as written, would hurt my family and others by increasing the transient accommodations tax by nearly 2.5 times above the current rate. I appreciate that short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods can have a negative impact on housing availability and prices. Our home is located in a resort-zoned area and directly adjacent to a large hotel. We occasionally rent our home on a short-term basis when we are off-island to offset the high cost of living in the state. As has been mentioned, Oahu recently enacted strict short-term rental regulations via Bill 41. We respect and abide by those laws. A 2.5 time increase in the TAT as envisioned by HB 820 would effectively eliminate any proceeds from my rental activity and very likely make it impossible for my family to continue to live in the state. It would also negatively impact other individuals with small businesses we employ when we legally rent our home. In addition to tripling the tax on short-term rentals while excluding hotels, it is discriminatory. It sets the state up and the state's taxpayers up for unnecessary legal challenges as it serves as a de facto ban. I respectfully urge you to vote no on House Bill 820 as currently written. At the very least, I urge you to amend HB 820 such that properties that sit inside of resort zones adjacent to hotels are not penalized relative to their hotel neighbors. Thank you for your service on behalf of the residents of the state. Mahalo nui.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Carl Schneider.
They are present on Zoom. They've just been asked to unmute.
Hello, this is Harold One-Sider you call? I couldn't get the name right. Harold One-Sider?
I'm sorry.
Is that Harold One-Sider you call?
Yeah, Carl
Harold
Schneider.
Okay. Seidel, sorry.
Yeah, please proceed.
Anyway, I'm opposed to Bill HB 820. The hotel's developers build accommodations for visitors. Once the hotel fails to run the accommodation, in the resort areas, the hotel sell the properties units for private owners. So I don't understand what the bill is for if we are already on the resort zone. So if that bill passes, it should amend carving out all the legal vacation rentals. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, Rental by Owner Awareness Association. Yeah, please proceed. Alicia?
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Alicia Humiston of Rental by Owner Awareness Association, whose members are legal short-term rentals. We submitted testimony. We stand by that. I'd like to add some items. Think taxation must be fair and uniform, and our rentals are no different than hotels and timeshares, and we all supply transient accommodations. This bill is implementing policy through tax. It is unfairly targeted short-term rentals, which are mainly condominiums and unsuitable for family life as written in my testimony. We kindly ask that you defer this bill. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Paul Kaiser.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Carl Schneider, and I strongly oppose Bill HB 820. I own a hotel unit in the Waikiki Resort Zone. This is in a building that was built 41 years ago specifically for the purpose of short-term rentals. Some of the units in this building are owned by individuals like myself, while other units are owned by a hotel corporation in the same building. This bill would tax my unit at an additional 25% without applying the same tax to the units owned by the hotel corporations. I don't see how this could be considered fair. This is apparently another bill drafted by the hotel industry lobby as an effort to eliminate their competition. If the goal of the legislators is to raise revenue, it must be done equally without favoring one group over any other. It also must be done without violating the protections included in the U.S. Constitution. It appears this bill was designed to punish legal vacation rental owners, at least individuals like myself, while exempting hotel owners from the same tax. Unlike the existing transient accommodation taxes, which treat all vacation rentals equally, this bill singles out and discriminates against individual owners such as myself. I respectfully request that you vote against Bill HB 820 and consider a fair and balanced solution that does not discriminate. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, Paul Nachitigao.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Paul Nachtigal, and I am here to testify strongly against House Bill 820 and suggest an amendment. Short-term rentals are only legal on Oahu in the resort areas of Ko'olina, Waikiki, and Turtle Bay, and are again under attack. After the recent passage of Oahu City Ordinance 22007, individual property assessments have doubled and actual property tax charges quadrupled from 3.5 to 13.9 per assessed $1,000 to cause an 8-fold increase in property taxes. Now, state HB 820 proposes to increase the state transient accommodations tax from the current 10.25% to 25% only for short-term rentals and not hotels. That is unbearable. Having lived on Oahu for over 55 years, I have no desire to cash out and move to Las Vegas. Please stop driving resort rentals out of business. Legal resort short-term rentals are mostly locally owned, contribute to our local economy, do not raise the price of local housing in residential neighborhoods, and deserve your kokua, not abusive tax punishment. Please amend this bill to eliminate the tax increase on legal resort short-term rentals. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Adam Zorro.
Not present on Zoom.
Not present.
Benjamin Bennett, just a few earlier now.
Okay, Benjamin Bennett, are you available now?
I already testified. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
I testified.
Okay, Derek Brown.
He's a public health nurse. I just sent him a notice that it's his term, so he'll come when he can.
Okay. John Lisoe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is John Lisoe. I'm strongly opposed to House Bill 820, as many testifiers already said this morning. The purpose of this bill is to increase affordable housing and to limit tourism. Well, it does nothing of the sort. I own a short-term vacation rental. I'm a small business owner in Hawaii. I own a resort condo unit in the Waikiki resort zone. As many people said, I'm being discriminated against, and my right across the street from me is a hotel. This can't be any unfair than what people already said. If this bill truly is to limit or get affordable housing into residential neighborhoods, it will not do that. Also, if it's to limit tourism, you need to help me understand why there's 12 more new hotels planned for the island of Oahu. If Oahu is building more hotels, then obviously there's something wrong with the system here. So again, I strongly oppose House Bill 820. It's discriminatory. You're driving small business owners that live on the island away from the island. And having this tax applied to short-term vacation rentals in the resort zone is ridiculous, just simply ridiculous. And for the hotel industry and its tax-funded lobby group, the HTA, this is ridiculous for them to support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next, Karen O'Mahony.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. If we spent the amount of money that we spend on making laws against the vacation rentals, the legal vacation rentals on trafficking of human beings, drug trafficking, we could make a real difference in Hawaii. Instead, we are wasting all of this money. In August 2019, Ordinance 1918 was passed, which was after a lot of testimony from a lot of stakeholders and was a reasonably fair bill across the board. That bill was ignored. We spent money, taxpayers' money, increasing tax rates for people that were going to get permits under 1918, which of course no permits were ever issued. City Council made Bill 50 to delay the permits to April 2021, and then it ignored that altogether. And then in April 22, they passed Bill 41. It is clear that this is, as the person from the tax association said, this is simply punitive taxation to benefit the hotels and to hurt actual people who live here on Oahu and to own these resort homes. I don't even have one of these. I'm just so disgusted at the amount of my money that is being spent to go after this legal business that Hawaii people run to benefit these hotels who take all the money off of the island anyway. And yes, as has been said, saying that this is going to increase housing or reduce tourism it's not even logical that would be the effect of it. And it's not even true. This is simply to benefit the hotels and to punish homeowners, business owners, people who are trying to make a living here on Oahu. And I certainly am obviously in opposition of this, and I hope we can stop going after this legal business and start taking care of things that are actually impacting human beings here on this island. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hector Gian.
Not present on Zoom.
Not present on Zoom. Okay, Vicky Pole.
Hello. Hello, members of the House. Thank you very much for letting me testify. I am one of the owners of a NUC licensed bed and breakfast here on Oahu. And unlike a lot of testifiers, we are in a residential area. This business has been in operation for 30 years. Rainbow Inn has been quiet. No complaints have ever been laid against it. And my guests use the local grocery stores, local restaurants, they rent cars. They do provide a lot of funding for local areas. I, like many of the legal vacation rental owners, are kapuna. We are just trying to make our mortgage payments. We are just trying to live a modest lifestyle here. We're small business owners, and this is very punitive. This taxation is extremely punitive. To think that multi-billion-dollar corporations like hotels, all the hotels that make billions of dollars every year, are not being taxed at the same rate as me. My little vacation rental made $52,000 last year. I mean, it just seems very ridiculous that we would waste taxpayers' money on always going after the short-term rental owners. We are not doing any harm. We pay all of our taxes. Why is this money not being spent on enforcing the illegal vacation owners? I heard only this week from someone in Lanikai who there's 6 illegal vacation rentals in her street alone, and none of them are being put out of business. So please use the money wisely. Do not increase my taxes even more, and take care of the small business and the kapuna who live here, and let us retire in peace. Thank you so much for letting me testify.
Yep, thank you. Sean Brady.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you so much for letting me testify today. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 820. I am a legal resort zone vacation rental owner. I had prepared testimony to, speak on all of the bullet points that the previous testimonies have hit over and over again. Instead, I'd like to just be a face for, the legal vacation rentals that exist here. I took my family's life savings and I purchased a legal vacation rental in a resort zone. I'm surrounded on 3 sides by the Hilton, Marriott, and Beachcomber. I couldn't be any more in the legal vacation rental zone. And when I decided to make this purchase, you know, we can't even afford a house in Kailua, but we could afford a condo somewhere. So I've you know, scraped together everything we have to purchase a business that we operate, and we operate well. I have nothing but 5-star reviews. You know, we provide an amazing experience for our guests. We support a mother and daughter cleaning team who are at our rental every single week. We have, you know, handymen that we frequently use, and I'm sure we're a large part of supporting their business, you know, with all the maintenance that our unit needs. We pay all of the required taxes, all of the fees, and this would simply put us out of business. And so, you know, I just want to put a face to you know, what a legal vacation owner is. We're just like any other business owner. So to have us singled out, you know, paying double-digit taxes higher than the hotel if this were to pass, it just doesn't make sense that we're the ones being attacked again, and the multi-billion-dollar hotel industry gets to write these proposals and you know, to their benefit again. We've been through so many of these angles that they've tried to take, putting us out of business, you know, and it's just frustrating. So please, you know, redirect the focus of the witch hunt to the illegal vacation rentals that are taking place in neighborhoods. That's absolutely what should be targeted, you know, and please, you know, don't consider this unfair tax the small business owners. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Debbie Connolly.
Is present on Zoom, has not unmuted.
Okay, Debbie.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please proceed.
Hi. Can you hear him okay?
Yeah, I think you have a bad.
Hello?
Yeah, you have a bad connection.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, better. Proceed. Maybe not.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have a house in Lanikai that we bought 9 years ago, and it's a historic house, and we rent it out. It's a legal rental, and we would not be able to afford to live in this absolutely fantastically amazing community without doing that. We have, as everyone has said before, we have house cleaners and handyman, and we just feel this is a very unfair tax and should absolutely not be passed. And I thank you for your consideration today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Johan Holmquist?
Yes, hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you for letting me testify today. My name is Johan Holmquist, and I strongly oppose HB 820. In addition to my written testimony, I'd like to add that we were just hit with a 3% increase in TAT in 2021, and now again you want to raise it again. It would not lead to more long-term rentals from these vacation rental places. It's just going to drive up the cost of tourism and drive down the number of visitors coming in here. And that's going to impact the locals who we help support: property managers, restaurants, cleaners, handymen, and the same. We do not have the ability to be on island full-time, but when we are there, we spend our money in Hawaii. And therefore, we would like to say, just please do not pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Axel Kratel.
Not present on Zoom.
Okay, next, Stephanie Fitzpatrick.
We have a Stephanie on Zoom, but I'm unsure if it's.
Okay, is Stephanie Fitzpatrick on? Okay, we're gonna move on. Raymond Cole,
Also not available on Zoom.
not available. Okay, Paul Montgomery? No, Montgomery.
Not available on Zoom.
Teresa Harden.
Not available as
Nope,
well.
on live. There you go. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, the few present, thank you. My name is Teresa Harden, and I am a property manager. I handle many short-term rentals, which include daily, legal rentals, and long-term rentals as well. I am opposing this bill completely. Obviously, tax is something that is, we have been overtaxed quite a bit. And if we take a walk down memory lane, not too long ago, maybe 2018, I might be wrong on the year, the state of Hawaii presented a 1% increase on the TA taxes for all of the islands. The purpose of that tax was to develop enforcement and processes for enforcement to be able to fund that. The state, this was a Senate committee that passed this, when they did, it was pointed out that to impose a tax where there is no process for people to legally do the vacation rentals, it is a complete disservice. The state imposed that the county would have to develop, and they had a time period to do this. Well, Oahu fell short. We actually failed. However, we were charged that extra percentage in taxes, and that has never been made right. So now, because Oahu never received that money at the city and county level to go towards enforcement, now we have this new 3% tax that has just magically come about, and the reason is for enforcement. However, at the very same time that they pushed through the regulation and permitting, they restricted it to the people that were already legal. So therefore, they are not allowing other properties outside of the resort zone to file or to go through a process to submit for a permit. So now that has been stripped out. We have an extra 3% already on top of the extra 1% from the state long time ago. And all of this is to penalize transient accommodations, okay? I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. This 3% that is just started, I think it was late December 2022, the purpose of it is to enforce. So they are taxing the legal property owners to therefore have the funds to go after the illegal ones. Okay? Not fair. Not fair at all, because they're already paying the taxes properly. They're already paying increased property taxes, which is 4 times what a homeowner would be paying should they lived in the same unit. An example of that was they went from $600 every 6 months to over $2,000 every 6 months. So these are huge numbers that transient accommodation owners have absorbed, and of course tourists absorb that as well. Since we've gone through the pandemic of COVID, this gave the chance for a lot of things to happen, and with the 6-month plus break in tourism, this gave a lot of the departments a chance to back up, catch up, and now what we're seeing is more of an attack. The attack has now shifted from the illegal ones to now the legal vacation rental owners. And this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. This industry has been in existence for decades. And short-term rentals, I don't know if you guys realize, everyone, I believe, thinks that if this group goes away, then all of a sudden there's affordable housing. I don't see that to be the case, because most of the vacation rentals that I manage are studio rooms without kitchens. They don't even qualify for housing assistance. So they're trying to move something through to stop one side. They're actually penalizing, they're singling out these legal short-term rental owners. They're singling them out and unfairly allowing the hotel industry to be exempt from this grossly negligent tax, 25%. So I oppose. It's absolutely, I feel like this is an attack. This is an attack on small business. This is an attack on our investors. And the amount of legal units is a far less number in these resort areas than what the bigger problem was years ago. So, with all of that said, 25% is grossly negligent to increase taxes. 2, it is unfair, it is not reasonable, and it actually harms. I think there's another group of people that you guys are just missing the boat on. Many of our vacation rentals are short-term rentals. We actually house people from outer islands who come for medical treatments. If their family member is medevaced to Hawaii, their family comes, and most of the time they can't afford the hotels, and so they look for rentals like what we provide, because we can offer them something that's more affordable. Should this county impose a 25% tax? Well, there goes affordability out the door completely. So the things that need to be said are, hotels do not service the local residents. They do nothing for our investors. They do nothing for small business. All they do is oppose us, and they try to squash us. And that's been happening for decades. And here we are now. Very obvious. I think that, I think as your duty and oath to office, you must oppose this bill, because your duty includes to protect the people and to back the Constitution of the United States. And for all of these reasons, this bill, we shouldn't even be here talking about this. The real reason for this is to penalize all the
should be done in 15 minutes.
all of the short-term legal owners. That is the real purpose of this bill. There's nothing else. It's not going to create affordable housing, and it's, I can't even remember. I'm sorry. I'm very nervous and I'm upset. So I think I'll just leave it with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Tom Mitchell on Zoom.
Not present on Zoom.
Okay, Susan Backrackman. Not present. Michael Gianni. Okay, Amy Ramos.
I'm here, Mike Giannini.
I'm sorry?
Mike Giannini, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. I want to offer my opposition to HB 820. First of all, please accept my thanks for taking the time to first recognize the importance of working to effect some positive change on the communities within the state. And second, to consider the comments from the various constituency groups. My wife and I own a short-term rental on Maui. We're both retired. I was a firefighter, my wife a registered nurse. We were able to purchase our rental after selling another property on the mainland that we owned for over 30 years. During that same span of time, we visited the islands at least once a year. We've worked long and hard to acquire our condo on Maui, and we rely on the revenue to support our retirement. As I'm sure you are aware, a tax increase of this magnitude will have considerable downstream negative consequences for the entire state. While the intentions are well placed, this is not the solution that will resolve the problems that currently exist in Hawaii. I suspect you may be aware of the Berkeley study that showed Boston had a 25% reduction in booked occupancies with short-term rentals when they instituted a tax of just 15%. When the visitors are reduced, the income will be reduced, both in terms of that which is offered to the different businesses and the income tax which is generated as a result of the tourism. While Hawaii is unique in so many ways, it shares the same challenges of government that encumber almost every other tourist destination in the country. I implore you to take a step back, really explore the potential options for solving Hawaii's issues by taking a hard look at what other cities and states have done to best support their citizens and their visitors. Please don't make any decision that is not fully vetted and considered. There are a multitude of solutions available. At the very least, additional time must be allowed to provide more information to you, the decision makers, with regard to this drastic proposal. I strongly encourage you to not support this bill as currently proposed. With much respect and gratitude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amy Ramos?
Not present.
Not present. Okay, Lawrence Chapman?
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Chapman, and I'm the owner of 2 properties in Maui that are zoned exclusively for short-term rentals. The stated concerns of this bill are legitimate concerns for Hawaii, but this bill makes no sense as written. The first objective stated deals with the burden on state resources from tourism. The visitors that the hotels bring in have exactly the same impact on state resources as my guests. Tourists have the same impact regardless of where they're staying. The second objective is to provide more suitable and affordable housing by residents by discouraging tourists from staying in housing that could otherwise be residential. For this objective, it makes no sense to include properties zoned as short-term rentals that can't be used for residential housing. My properties are prohibited from being rented for more than 30 days. It might make sense to think differently about these 2 objectives. First, ensure that the TAT tax is imposed equally on all tourists and covers the cost that the state incurs from tourism. Given that the state just increased the revenue it retains from TAT by almost 50% when it decided to retain the 3% of TAT that it used to return to the counties, you'll probably find that the costs of tourism are already being fully covered by tourists. To address the issue of housing for residents, the state could try and find ways to encourage owners of suitable properties to return them to residential use. As 100% of the speakers today have stated, this bill, as written, is absolute nonsense. Please oppose it. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you. Wendy Ryan Noel? Okay, Luke Hofhacker? Sorry.
Yep, you got it. Thank you so much, Chairman and Vice Chairman. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me to testify. I'm the elected president of a condo association on Kauai. Kauai, we don't call them resort areas on Kauai, we call them visitor destination areas. And if your property is located within the visitor destination area, you don't need a permit to rent it from the County of Kauai as per Kauai ordinances. So I would just encourage everyone, it sounds like there's a similar issue on Oahu as far as the resort areas of Ko'olina, Turtle Bay, and parts of Waikiki. I would just encourage, first of all, my opposition to the bill, to HB 820, but if it must, if there's still support for it to go through, I would just encourage everyone to work with the counties to figure out exactly where the legal places are to rent geographically and exempt those particular properties from the high onerous tax. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Caitlin Miller.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Caitlin Miller, and I stand on my written testimony in opposition of House Bill 820. It appears I have the honor of going last today, so I will be echoing other testifier statements. As a resident of Hawaii, specifically Maui County, and a small business owner, it is clear that HB 820 is an attack on Hawaii small business and is heavily in favor of the hotel industry. There is no objection that there should be a better balance between tourists and locals, but the reality is that we have centered our economy around tourism, and the only thing this bill aims to do is make small business owners in Hawaii suffer the consequences of the state's poor planning. The bill proposes to increase taxes by another 25% on top of the already astounding almost 18% that already puts us as the highest in the entire country. While the idea of the tax increase is to slow down tourism, then why is it not also levied against hotels? Why is it only short-term rental? It is clear that the state does not actually intend to slow down tourism. They intend to attack one industry in particular, which is short-term rentals. Short-term rentals provide thousands of jobs across the state at higher wages than most of the resorts for all of their employees. It also provides a solid stream of business and income for trade professions, such as plumbing, contractors, HVAC, cleaners, handymen, etc. The state has not thought about the impact of these families and industries. If there was a better balance on housing, this bill would likely not even be proposed. The state obviously is looking to address two issues at once without really addressing either. Number one, taxes. The current state tax structure provides an astounding amount of tax revenue for both the counties and the state from short-term rentals. By increasing it to an insane amount of money, Hawaii will continue to price out people while seemingly have the reverse effects in terms of revenue. This will not be quantity over quality, as I'm sure they are pitching it as. It will be a matter of completely destroying an entire industry, losing millions in tax revenue, and all while boasting hotel revenues. Two, housing. While I agree that there should be limits placed on single-family home rental permits, many of those properties and businesses that will be most heavily impacted are condo resort-style communities that are over 50-plus years old with failing infrastructure, failing seawalls, and threats from sea level rise and astronomical association fees. These properties were never built with the intention of being housing for locals. They have no storage, no parking, very little outdoor space, and most don't allow pets. These were built as second homes for tourists, even 50 years ago. By adding such a high tax levy against this group, it will not magically make all of them turn these into long-term rentals or sell them at lower prices. It will just mean that they sit empty and cost people their livelihoods. If these turn into second homes or long-term rentals, has the state thought about the detrimental impact it will have to property taxes in the county budget? The states and counties have done a poor job adding housing for locals, and this dates back decades. How do they expect locals to afford a house if they don't have a job? The laundry list of unintended consequences will be felt instantly and for years to come if this bill passes. This bill is not a bill for the people of Hawaii to find balance. This is an attack. As a small business owner, I find myself constantly having to fight to keep my business and to feel like I'm respected in the community because I made the choice to better my life instead of settling for the scraps left over from the resorts. I know that this sentiment is felt far and wide across small business owners in Hawaii that have created industry around tourism, whether it is restaurant owners, property managers and realtors, retail owners, etc. Small business owners in Hawaii do not feel supported, and this is another example of why we don't matter, even though the tourists that we cater to stimulate our economy. Let's find real solutions instead of continuing to pick low-hanging fruit. The state of Hawaii and its county leaders can do better. Please vote no on House Bill 820. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. DeFreeze, please. I read your testimony and a couple of questions came up. Don't we need the legal ones? And I thought the whole issue was about getting the illegal guys out of the hair of the visitor industry. Isn't 20% of the visitors now having to go outside of the hotel industry?
If the question is, should the legal inventory be able to operate
without this 25% punitive thing? Because instead of going after them, I thought we were trying to get the illegal guys out of the way.
That's correct.
Not the good guys.
That is correct. And in our testimony, we actually offered comments because initially within our group, the constitutionality of it came up. But we knew that there would be constitutional experts weighing in, and we deferred to the tax department. But effectively, our interest is in the enforcement to stop illegal vacation rentals.
So that wouldn't make you necessarily for this 25% tax on
That's
the
correct.
legal ones? Exactly.
That's correct.
Okay, good, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair.
Representative Kobayashi.
Tax Department. You just heard HTA saying that they were deferring to Tax Department on certain items in the bill. Have you read the bill?
Yes.
Okay. And the bill adds new definitions for bed and breakfast home, dwelling unit, lodging unit, and transient vacation unit. So my reading of this bill is that every hotel room, which is not a resort timeshare vacation unit, and every hotel with a kitchen, with a single kitchen, and every hotel containing no kitchen would be subject to being called a transient vacation unit. You agree or disagree?
That sounds about right. I mean, the bill draws a distinction between what's a transient vacation unit versus a transient accommodation.
Right.
Yeah.
So my reading of this bill is that not every, but most hotel units will now be charged 25%. Because unless they were a resort timeshare vacation unit.
Yeah, I would have to review that. I mean, honestly, I didn't study it to that extent to try to figure out which
No, you
hotel
said you
rooms would
read
be
the bill.
subject. I did read the bill.
So I read the bill, and
So-
that's my conclusion.
I mean, the problem that we saw was just in terms of administering this measure, if it passed, is that it looked like it's not clear whether some short-term vacation rentals would fall under both the definitions of a transient vacation unit and a transient accommodation. And in that case, are they subject to 10.25% plus 25%? And so that's the comment that we raised. In terms of whether or not this measure is legal, unconstitutional, we would defer to the Attorney General's office. I don't think they submitted any testimony on this. Yeah, beyond that.
No, I mean, I would agree with you that there seems to be an overlap between the current definition of transient accommodations and then the new definition of transient vacation unit. So the old definition and the new definition overlap. But that overlap results in everything now being called transient accommodations also being subject to this 25%.
Yeah, and I think that's why we had the suggestion, if the intent is that if a transient accommodation, if something is a transient vacation unit subject to 25%, then if the intent is just for the 25% to apply and not the 10.25% in addition, then we would say, you know, you should put some clarifying language, and that was our comment. I mean, it's up to you guys what you guys want to do. We don't know what the intent is, and so we just pointed that out.
When you get to AG, to differentiate between what is a transient accommodation under the current law and the transient vacation unit under the proposed law, ask AG to look at page 4, line 9, where it says furnishing transient vacation unit. Because that phrase leaves out the word of.
I'm sorry?
The word of, OF. The word of, OF, is contained in the current definition of transient accommodations. And it might be a English syntax problem or a definitional problem, but it could be that furnishing a transient vacation unit has a different meaning than furnishing of a transient vacation unit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further questions, Representative Kilo?
Department of Taxation. Sorry. Are units that wouldn't qualify as a livable housing exempt from this tax?
Okay. Oh, sorry, one more time?
Are units that aren't considered livable housing exempt from this tax? Am I not being clear?
Yeah, probably, well, it's probably me. I'm not comfortable answering that on the
No,
spot.
no.
Just like I said, I mean, the definitions, I mean, I looked at them before. I would have to take a better look at it. So I'll write it down. So
Mhm.
what are you trying to figure out?
Well, pretty much anybody who's operating, right, but it's not considered livable housing because they're not necessarily, it's not for living purposes, but solely purposes of vacation rentals or short-term transient accommodant stays. I think that's what I'm looking to clarify. And then a follow-up question to that. Sorry, I just brain farted. So I'll follow up with you offline. I can't think of the question I had.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. Sorry, Go Tax, for picking on you because you're brave enough to be here. My question, and I'm getting inquiries from Kauai right now because, you know, we've kind of figured it out. So we're okay. Now they're worried that this is going to hurt them. Is that going to affect this is going to affect the other counties now?
Is this gonna?
Because it doesn't designate Oahu only, or if it's going to be for the whole state, every county?
Yeah, my understanding is this is statewide, right?
Yes. So, yeah, okay. So I just wanted to verify
I mean,
that.
that's how I read the
Yeah,
bill.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Wait, I have a
Question?
question.
Representative Kilo.
I remembered it. So wait, now I have my question, sorry. So you know how for the city and county of Honolulu folks to operate these rentals have to register with the city and county to be technically legal? This would create a blanket over even folks who aren't operating within the guidance of the city and county permitting of legal short-term rentals?
Well, for tax purposes, I mean, we collect your tax even if you're operating an illegal rental.
Right.
Right? Illegals are subject to the tax too. They're conducting business in the state, so.
Because this would be levied on those third-party platforms too, right?
travel. The TA tax would be on the operators of the short-term vacation rental. The platforms pay general excise tax on the portion, basically the fee that they keep for their service.
Okay. Has there ever been an issue of enforcing I'm sure there is, but I think I'm just looking for the answer, enforcing the legality of making sure folks are paying the appropriate TET?
Well, I'm sure people are out there that ought to be paying, or not paying, but so that's the struggle. So, we look for them and we try to bring them into compliance. Yes.
And you folks are the subject of the enforcement on those policies, or would it be?
We have
Okay.
a special enforcement section within the department, as well as a criminal investigations division within our tax department as well.
In the case of this being raised, would the department then seek maybe more positions for enforcement?
More resources are always better. In fact, we have within our budget request a couple positions, fraud analysts that can help us with enforcement. But we have resources currently to do enforcement for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please forgive me. Everything's getting buggy at this point. So thank you. Thank you,
No,
Chair.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I have a quick question. So, and it can be for you, Ms. DeFries, or Department of Taxation. So, some years ago, I always thought this was a constitutional issue, but obviously it's still in place, so it's not. Was it ever brought up where Maui has a different tax for regular resorts and for timeshare on their property tax? And they're basically providing the same service, and I always thought that might be challenged, but there's that different tax for timeshare is higher, and I don't believe it's still I believe it's still in place. Do you know if it was challenged constitutionally?
I do not know, but I certainly will find out and report back to it. Do you know the origin of that?
No, I'm just saying that I believe that it, when I first saw it, I said, I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah.
I wasn't in office at the time, or if government could do that.
I'll certainly look into it.
Yeah, but obviously it's still in place, so two different taxes for same type of accommodation, basically.
Two different state taxes.
No, property taxes.
Property tax, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
One for regular resorts and one for timeshare. And they were able to put that in place, and it exists today. So I'm wondering if it was challenged, or maybe it hasn't been. That's why it's still in place, or maybe it did and they lost.
Yeah. I'll certainly look into it. You got my interest now.
Okay.
About it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, members? Okay, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, and I lost where I am. Okay, we're moving on to House Bill 1375 HD2 relating to tourism. First up is Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Gary Sugunuma, Department Director of Taxation. The department stands on its written testimony, offering comments, and I'm here to try to answer any questions you might have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, HT.
Thank you. The Hawaii Tourism Authority stands by our written testimony. We appreciate the proposed return of dedicated funding from the transient accommodation tax, which would return the certainty to HTA's annual funding that we currently do not have. However, ahead of making any major structural changes, the agency responsible for managing Hawaii's visitor industry, we would like to see the completion of a study on alternative models of tourism governance as a prudent approach going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. D-Bed?
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Excuse me, I'm Scott Murakami here on behalf of Director Sadayasu and Deputy Director Wicker, who send their apologies for not being able to attend the hearing today. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments. And thank you very much to allowing us the opportunity to testify. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Tax Foundation of Hawaii. Not present. Okay, moving on to Maui Vacation Rentals Association.
They are present, but not responding to requests on.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Jessica Sarmiri Mito, Minto.
Not present on Zoom.
Okay, Edward Jones.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I oppose this kitchen sink spending bill. HTA in whatever form it is in should be leaner and focused on tourism. The HTA mission should be inclusive of all tourism. This should also include legal short-term renting. A report prepared for the HTA entitled Hawaii's Home and Vacation Rental Market, Impact and Outlook, April 2020. On page 4, it projects a spend of $2.6 billion. And then in 2.6 for 2023. That's down from 3.3 billion in 2018. My point is that we're achieving the desired balance we've been talking about throughout the afternoon without restrictions beyond bills like Bill 89, 1918 at the county level. We deserve to have an HTA that is in support of us and not hostile to renting. Mahalo for taking the time to consider this.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward. Hold on one second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. So I would like to oppose this bill.
Could you just state your name for the record again?
Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa Harden.
Thank you.
I would like to oppose this bill, HB, should have brought my glasses, 1375, is that right?
Yep.
I think it's absolutely outrageous to, at the very same time of trying to penalize the legal short-term rental owners within the resort areas, and charging them an extra 25% to turn around and to allocate these funds to the hotels. Absolutely, it's outrageous that this is even a conversation. I would like to clarify the problem, just that I see it. One of the biggest problems that we have, and DPP has had all along with enforcement of the illegals, has been the definitions. Over the years, over the decades, we've had a number of different titles that they have used. One of the examples is lodging units. There are hotels that have lodging units that don't have kitchens, and they're not an actual residency. We have many different types of property titles. Some of these buildings were built with accessory dwelling units, meaning the apartment itself is intact and it has a separate, one of the bedrooms has a separate exterior door, and the design of that was completely for a transient accommodation, was for a guest, for that owner to be able to have one apartment that was separated and is legally, it was built that way and it is legally that way. So now all of these rules are changing, and they're trying to eliminate the illegal short-term rentals in the residential areas, this language is so broad that there's much confusion with all of these different types. And that's part of the problem, because these units are not exempt. We have hotel buildings that have operating hotel pools, which the hotel does not own or operate the whole building. There's private individual units.
You know, I'm gonna have to ask you to try to keep your comments to the merit of the bill. The bill is trying to address the management of the
hotels.
Yes.
I understand.
of
So
the
I'm getting there. So the hotel pool, that's what I'm talking about, hotel pools?
No,
No.
no. This is about the management of the Hawaii Tourism Authority.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Well, I still oppose, because they should not be increasing the taxes 25% to turn around and,
That's not this bill.
no,
Yeah.
that's another bill.
That's a
At the
different
very
bill.
same time,
Yeah.
turning around and handing it back too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure?
Yes, may I testify?
Please.
Thank you. My name is John An, and what I would like to plead for again is if the TAT dollars are going to the HTA, then short-term rental, legal short-term rental representation should absolutely be part of the HTA. It should not be driven without any representation from our industry, so that fair and balanced results and policies and programs can be developed. So I don't know enough about the overall bill to say whether I support or oppose it, but this is a very strong comment that I would like to share, that there needs to be representation from the legal short-term rental industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Yes or no? Okay.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Okay, members, we're going to recess for decision making. We'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. Recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for our third agenda. We will be making decision-making. First bill up is House Bill 960 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 960 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett is excused. Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much, members. Voting on House Bill 961 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 961 HD1 as is, noting the excused absences of Representatives Cochran and Garrett, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Yep. Okay, House Bill 963 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 963 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 964 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 964 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1260 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1260 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, voting on House Bill 32 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 32 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1192 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1192 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 600 HD1 as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 600 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 822 HD1. This bill seems to be not ready for prime time. We're going to defer. Next up is House Bill 1110 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1110 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1104 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1104 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, 1108 HD1 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1108 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes?
No
Chair, your
vote.
No vote? By Alcos. Okay, no vote by Alcos. Any additional no votes? Okay, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, voting on House Bill 24 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 24 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations?
Reservation.
Reservations by Poi Poi. Any additional reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. House Bill 1406 HD1 as is. Discussion. Representative Kobayashi.
WR.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1406 HD1 as is, noting the reservations of Representative Kobayashi. Are there additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. House Bill 1233 HD2, recommendation to move this out as is. Any discussion?
Chair, I appreciate the measure and the intent of this bill, but I'm just going to vote with reservations.
Thank you. Any further, Representative Kobayashi?
Reservations also. I think that in order to do this, you need a very good and clear definition of social carrying capacity.
This one.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Ward.
Chair, I'm sorry. Which bill are we on?
We are on House Bill 1233 HD2 relating to
1233.
tourism.
When we get a chance, can we go back to the SB 1408?
Okay.
What?
1408,
Maybe.
which
Yep.
is the mileage configuration?
Yes.
Somehow my numbers didn't match what you were saying. I
Okay.
have a no vote on that.
Okay. We'll allow it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on House Bill 1233 HD2 relating to tourism. Representative Kahlo.
Chair with reservations.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 1233 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representatives Kahaloa, Kila, and Kobayashi. Are there any additional reservations? Representative Lamosal reservations? Any additional? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 820 HD1. Members, we're going to defer this measure. I think it needs work. Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 1375 HD2. We're going to be moving this out as an HD3, blanking out the appropriation, blanking out the percentage, and any discussion?
Chair?
Yes.
I think we're rearranging the chairs on the Titanic, or we're renaming the ship. If anybody has caused us to get to the position of having a lot of tourists, those are the ones who have their foot on the accelerator. They know how to take it off better than somebody who's never been in that car before. So because of that, I don't see, I know we have to manage tourism, but in terms of renaming it and throwing it into another realm is, to me, throwing the baby out with the bath. So I hope we can re-examine this as we go on, but policy shouldn't be so knee-jerk as, if we rename it, we're gonna redo a good job on it. I just don't see the logic in that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Kahaloa, followed by Kobayashi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to vote with reservations. I would like to see, I would like to use the guidance of the Hawaii Tourism Authority's testimony to put a study in place first before we choose to make any changes to the organization, as well as see the opportunity of, I lost my train of thought like Rep. Kila earlier. I think the other opportunity is to see HTA execute their strategic plan and allow them to meet the goals that they set forward with their plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can write the resolution. Yeah. Representative Kobayashi.
WR also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Reservations also.
Okay, Representative Alcos, Representative Kila.
Thank you, Chair. And for the same comments referenced by Representative Kahaloa, with reservations, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 1375 HD2 with amendments, noting the reservations of Representatives Kahaloa, Kila, Kobayashi, and Alcos. Are there additional reservations? Representative Lamosal, any additional? Poi Poi. Okay, any additional reservations? Any noes? Representative Ward. Okay, any additional noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We are adjourned. We're gonna. So, Representative Ward, it was the mileage travel that you wanted to put a no vote, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Yes.
110,
Yeah.
1110. Okay.
Okay, we'll note that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are adjourned. Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order. We're going to move to our fourth agenda. First up is House Bill 537 HD2 relating to electronic smoking devices. First up is Department of Taxation. Did he leave? Okay. Okay. Next up is the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rich Stacy. I'm a Deputy Attorney General. I'm the Unit Supervisor for Tobacco Enforcement Unit, and we also do electronic smoking device registration. We do strongly support this bill. It's a very clean bill that would put electronic smoking devices and e-liquids within the tax framework that can go with DOE tax. And as a reminder, our unit, we have 695 vape retailers that have to file paper with us, and most of them have to do electronic filing with DOE tax. So we have two different tracks for a lot of the same people. So we, for that reason, we would strongly support it. It would repeal our unit, and DOE tax, it would let go within their structure, and we would finally tax these products. Available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I forgot to do this, I just reminded. So for people on Zoom and people in the audience, this agenda, some of the members may have to leave at some point in time, so we may lose quorum. We're going to lose quorum. So what we're going to do is we're just going to state that we're going to be making decision-making on these bills at a later time, and we will post. But we will hear the bills today. Okay, so we'll move on. Next up is Department of Health.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the House Finance Committee for hearing HB 537 HD2. I'm Lola Irvin, representing the Department of Health on behalf of Dr. Kenny Fink. So the Department of Health supports HB 537 HD2. What it does is it includes electronic smoking devices into the definition of tobacco products in the existing tax structure for cigarettes and other tobacco products. By doing so, then, what we would do is help our youth. What we have found is that electronic smoking devices or e-cigarettes are often cheaper than cigarettes because cigarettes and other tobacco products are taxed in Chapter 245, but e-cigarettes do not have additional tax. I provided some citation here. The Federal Trade Commission was very concerned, and so they asked for statements from the largest of the e-cigarette manufacturers and found that from 2015 to 2018, the amount of nicotine increased by 60% in these products. So that by 2019, the average amount of nicotine was 51.2 milligrams. The Puff Bar is one of the most popular flavored e-cigarettes. It's a disposable e-cigarette. And Dr. Bonnie Halpern has noted that one of those Puff Bars may be equivalent to smoking 1.5 to 2 packs of cigarettes. That's what our youth is using. Having tax on cigarettes has proved to be really effective since the youth are price sensitive. And so we are supporting this as a public health prevention measure. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Sugunuma.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Gary Sugunuma, Director of Taxation. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. American Heart Association on Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. The American Heart Association stands in strong support of HB 537 HD2. As you just previously heard, tobacco taxes are a proven way to reduce and prevent usage of dangerous and addictive tobacco products, particularly among young people, but even adults are helped in quitting by higher taxes, especially in disparately affected populations. And we also suggest that any additional tax revenue that's collected from this, if it's passed, be directed towards tobacco prevention and control programs and other health programs, since we are well below what the CDC's recommended amounts are for our investments in tobacco control. It's clearly time that electronic smoking devices be treated as harmful to their health. You've got my written testimony, which outlines some of the research that the American Heart Association has been involved with around this. And we now know that e-cigarettes are at least as harmful as traditional tobacco. Potentially, as we do more research, they could prove to be even worse than cigarettes to the cardiovascular system. And so, the research is finally catching up on these devices and the claims that they're safer. Hawaii, as you've heard, is amid a youth epidemic. We have among the highest rates of use among our youth in the country. It's time that we start to take action to get that under control. We ask that you support this bill. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Tax Foundation of Hawaii. Not here. Okay, next up is Taxpayers Protection Alliance.
Hello, yeah, you can hear me. I stand by my written testimony. I'm going to speak more to House Bill 551. I don't want to take more of the committee's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network.
Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, Cynthia Al with American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on House Bill 537 HD2 relating to electronic smoking devices. Lung cancer remains the leading cause of cancer deaths in Hawaii, with an estimated 1,400 adults dying from smoking each year. There are 21,000 keiki who are alive now that will die prematurely due to smoking-related diseases. Tobacco use remains the leading preventable cause of death nationwide. ACS CAN supports including electronic smoking devices in the definition of tobacco products, but to strengthen the bill, we recommend the following definition of electronic smoking devices found in our written testimony. And we also recommend the committee adopt a comprehensive definition for tobacco products also found in our written testimony. ACS CAN does not recommend defining e-liquid separately from electronic smoking devices and recommends deleting the definition of e-liquid and reference the definition for tobacco product. We are concerned in the creation of new categories of products, as some products may be exempt from various tobacco control laws, and as it is defined in the bill may not capture all products. Also, this may result in only regulating and taxing e-liquids rather than the entire electronic smoking device, and this may be incredibly difficult to enforce. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Peggy Mirzwa with the Hawaii Public Health Institute. We stand in strong support of this measure. A few of the folks who went prior to me have talked about the health impacts. So I'm just going to remind everybody that we have been working on taxation for 9 years to tax these products as tobacco products. This measure would accomplish that by including e-cigarettes into the definition of tobacco products in Chapter 245. During those 9 years, Hawaii has seen youth rate rise to 30%. The FDA has declared e-cigarettes tobacco products, and 29 states and the District of Columbia have passed e-cigarette tax structures. And finally, locally, support has reached 91% of Hawaii registered voters who feel that we should be regulating e-cigarettes as tobacco products. That was from a ward poll December 2022. Tobacco taxation is a proven strategy to reduce youth initiation, and it's a CDC best practice. It helps adults quit and prevents youth from starting. E-cigarettes are tobacco products, and it's time we should be taxing them as such. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Hawaii COPD Coalition. Okay. Okay, that's all the testifiers we have on this measure. Is there anyone wishing to testify on this one? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? No questions. Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 551 HD1 relating to health. First up is the Attorney General on Zoom or in person. Yay.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Chelsea Okamoto. I'm a Deputy Attorney General with the Tobacco Enforcement Unit. Our department is in strong support of this bill, and in our written testimony, we made a suggested amendment to remove a specific citation to the Hawaii Administrative Rules, and that amendment is provided in order to avoid statutory revision in the future. Other than that, we thank the chair and this committee for hearing this bill to address the youth vaping epidemic and for all of your commitment to the health of our youth. And we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Department of Education. Okay, not present. Department of Health.
Oops. Good afternoon, members of the committee and Chair and Vice Chair. I'm Lola Irvin from the Department of Health, representing Dr. Kenneth Fink. So the Department of Health strongly supports HB 551 HD1. 31% of our high school students and 18% of our middle school students in 2019 reported using e-cigarettes on a regular basis. And of course, those rates are higher, unfortunately, on the neighbor islands. I can say that's not my phone. Yay. So nearly 85% of U.S. youth reported using flavored e-cigarettes. They come in a lot of flavors that appeal to our youth. And even when the FDA cracked down on the flavors, then what happened was menthol and mint were added to the flavors. And so we have over half reporting using food, and then more than half saying they were using menthol, followed by candy, desserts, sweets, and mint flavors. Menthol is also included in the exemption that we're supporting because it has an analgesic effect. You know why we use menthol cough drops? Because it soothes the throat. So it does the same thing when people are inhaling nicotine, which is an irritant. And so there is documentation from the tobacco industry that in Hawaii what they did was look for beaches where locals were going, not where tourists were going, because they wanted to sell to locals. Hawaii has one of the highest per capita rate of sales of menthol products when we look across the states. And for the Hawaii Tobacco Quit Line, over 80% of the Native Hawaiian people who come to the Hawaii Tobacco Quit Line asking for services say they use menthol cigarettes. My dad used menthol cigarettes, right, as an Army veteran, and that was part of the culture of the military back then. So in Hawaii, there are a lot of menthol cigarette users. There was a study done from 1980 to 2018, and menthol cigarettes were found to be responsible for 10.1 million more smokers, and 3 million life years lost, and 378,000 premature deaths. So members of my family are in that number. The FDA says there are no safe tobacco products, none. That includes e-cigarettes, cigarettes, and other tobacco products. And so this measure is really important to help our keiki, because right now, especially with the popularity of the flavored e-cigarettes, they're breathing in on a regular basis nicotine, propylene glycol, which is a solvent, vegetable glycerin, which is an oil, and flavorants, which were approved for ingestion into the gut, into the stomach, not into the lungs. And so if this bill does pass, the Department of Health is committed to go ahead and administratively enforce it. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. University of Hawaii. Okay, HSTA.
Aloha chairs, members of the committee. Laverne Moore speaking on behalf of Osatui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The Hawaii State Teachers Association supports House Bill 551. And their written testimony, our written testimony gives the data. I am going to tell you what it's like for the teachers. We have an epidemic in the public schools. Students in elementary and middle school are vaping. And when they enter high school, they are addicts. What are these addicts like in the classroom? Their behavior is disruptive, impulsive, unpredictable. They leave the classroom whenever they feel like, which they go to the bathroom to vape. What happens? They miss classes, they're performing poorly, and for some of them, they become dropouts. But the bigger impact by students who are addicted to vaping flavored tobacco products in our public schools are the emotional damage they are inflicting on the rest of the students who are there to receive a quality education. Due to their erratic behaviors at times, teachers and students have been vulnerable to threats and possible physical harm. Legislators, are you going to continue allowing these behaviors to happen in our public schools and allowing the tobacco industry to profit in the billions while the long-term health, safety, and lives of our future generations are at stake? We want our children to become productive and healthy citizens here in Hawaii and Native. The HSTA asks you to support this bill. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. University of Hawaii.
Yes, I'm Thomas Wills. I'm with the prevention program at the University of Hawaii Cancer Center. The Cancer Center strongly supports this measure. As others have testified, e-cigarette use is very prevalent among youth in Hawaii. The Cancer Center strongly supports this measure for reasons. In 1 minute, the first reason is that e-cigarette use in adolescence is linked to onset of smoking. Not a good thing. The second reason is that our research in Hawaii has shown that e-cigarette use among adolescents is linked to respiratory disease, asthma in adolescence, and later on in adulthood, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD, in adulthood as they mature. The third reason is that flavors in tobacco products attract adolescents to e-cigarette use, drawing them into a process that can lead to harm, either immediately or later on in years. The fourth reason is our research in Hawaii has shown that flavored e-cigarettes not only attract adolescents to start using e-cigarettes, they lead them to become addicted, and people who use flavors are more addicted and they have more difficulty quitting. They're more addicted and they have more difficulty quitting. For those reasons, the Cancer Center strongly supports this measure, and I'll be available for questions after, if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much. American Heart Association.
Aloha again, and thank you again for this opportunity to testify. I'm Don Weitzman with American Heart Association, and we are in strong support of HB 551 HD1. I won't repeat some of the testimony that's been heard already, but I will point out that, well, first, flavors are what are like the really tasty bait on the end of the hook that hook so many of our kids these days on nicotine. It also serves to make it much more difficult for adults to quit. And the majority of adults who are addicted to nicotine have tried to quit, but they find it very difficult. Flavors add to that difficulty. Currently, the FDA tobacco flavor policy falls short of what is necessary to address youth tobacco use. State and local governments need to move forward to address loopholes in the FDA's regulations. Under the FDA's guidance, thousands of e-cigarette flavors will remain on the market since policy exempts menthol e-cigarettes and allows fruit, candy, and mint-flavored liquid nicotine used in refillable open tank systems or in disposable e-cigarettes like popular brand Puff Bar that was mentioned earlier stay on the market. And in addition, other flavored tobacco products such as menthol cigarettes and flavored smokeless tobacco and cigars are still allowed to be sold. The FDA is also shown to be ineffective at enforcing its own restrictions on flavored tobacco products that were disallowed through its pre-market tobacco approval process. It's also important to note that no flavored tobacco product has been approved by the FDA for use as a tobacco cessation product, despite misstatements you might hear by the tobacco industry. No tobacco product is safe. Local authority and enforcement needed to be exercised to address this health emergency. We ask that you strongly support this measure. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Scott Stensrud. I am with Hawaii Public Health Institute, where I'm the statewide youth coordinator. And for years, the youth that I work with have been working on this issue because they see every day the impact of tobacco's predatory marketing of these products. Youth are obviously the intended market, with over 30% of them currently using e-cigarettes, and they're definitely enticed by the flavors. Adults are only using these products at a rate of about 5 to 8%. So ending the sale of flavored tobacco products supports the health and well-being of both of these groups. We know the strategy works because when flavored cigarettes were banned, we saw a dramatic decrease in youth use, with youth then moving on to menthol, which is why we feel so strongly that menthol needs to be included. And it's a strategy that's currently being implemented in 5 states that have ended the sale of all flavored tobacco products, and 360 localities across the country that have restricted the sale of flavored tobacco products. We have the support of Hawaii's registered voters, with 76% supporting ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Niang Ho, Aloha Petroleum Minute Stop, and Para Hawaii. Not present. Okay. Reason Foundation? Not here. Okay, American Lung Association in Hawaii? Not here. Okay, Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. On Zoom.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Leslie Gill with Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids here in Hawaii. We'll just stand on our testimony in strong support of this bill. We've been working on this issue with many of our colleagues for a number of years. In that time, we've only seen it increase. We've also seen the power that these bills can impact as we have worked on pieces of legislation in other states like California, which has eliminated the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes, which were all pulled from the shelves several months ago. So it's possible, and we're thankful for the committee for hearing this bill. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Coalition for a Tobacco-Free Hawaii Youth Council.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of Committee of Finance, my name is Christina Nguyen, and I am testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Tobacco-Free Hawaii's Youth Council, which strongly supports HB 551 HD1. We stand on our written testimony, but would like to draw attention to the fact that while the industry claims that they are trying to help adult smokers quit, the reality is that there are thousands of flavors clearly directed at kids, and some have taken to weaponizing our local foods and cultures as well, with flavors like Pog, Rainbow Candy, and Aloha Sun Fruit Punch. Menthol in particular is one of the most popular flavors among teens, using names like ice and chill to describe the cooling sensation that couples with its minty taste. Menthol is the primary product used in predatory marketing against youth and vulnerable communities. The industry considers Hawaii a menthol state, with 78% of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander smokers using menthol cigarettes, perpetuating a legacy of public health disparities and corporate exploitation. Banning the sale of all flavored tobacco products will help end this deadly cycle of addiction and manipulation. We have support from the majority of Hawaii voters and more than 100 organizations, many of which have submitted testimony and have endorsed our policy priorities. Youth Council members have also presented to more than 24 Oahu neighborhood boards that have passed resolutions in support. You can see a full listing of these organizations in our written testimony. In fact, the only people that seem to be opposed to the bill are those who are addicted and those that profit from their addiction. All they have to share are old debunked stories to support their ridiculous claims. Take a look in our testimony and you will see excerpts from companies that make flavorings that are used in e-cigarettes. In their own words, they state, "The FDA has not approved flavor for any flavoring for inhalation. Vaping flavorings is inherently dangerous and may be harmful to your health. Do not attempt it." Loran Oils cannot make any claims as for the safety of flavoring substances in e-cigarettes. Those using the flavors in e-cigarettes are also doing so at their own risk. And an EC Blends disclaimer, Electronic cigarettes have not been evaluated by the FDA to treat or diagnose any disease or condition. They are not intended for use in smoking cessation or for any therapeutic use. Nicotine, a chemical known in some states to also cause birth defects and other reproductive on. They go on to state you may experience certain symptoms after using this product. Some of the side effects of nicotine include irregular heartbeat, changes in blood pressure, inflammation of blood vessels, chest pain, depression, shortness of breath, sweating, throat irritation, rash, swelling, nosebleed, diarrhea, headache, and dried mouth. Vaping and exposure to vaping may potentially cause the emergence, contraction, contribution to, aggravation, or excavation of various forms of adverse effects, including but not limited to heart disease, arteriosclerosis, cancer, carcinoma, liver disease, respiratory disease or illness, cancers or precancerous abnormal condition or conditions, disorders, sickness, ailment, unhealthiness, symptoms, diseases, illnesses, or malady of the human body. That doesn't sound like a product that we should be allowed to sold in. That does not sound like a product we should allow to be sold in Hawaii. We urge you to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products and put people over profits. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. UH Student Health Advisory Council.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Alterescu, and I'm the Chair of the Student Health Advisory Council at the University of Hawaii. We stand in strong support of HB 551 HD1. In my work as a graduate student, I've recently co-authored and published a qualitative research study on the University of Hawaii campus, which focused on vape product use, why students vape, and what they perceive as barriers to cessation. Our study found that flavors, including menthol and mint, are one of the most common reasons students start vaping and one of the most common barriers to wanting to quit. We also found that e-cigarettes are correlated with increased stress and anxiety among college students that use. Isolation during the pandemic has put the health of our keiki at greater risk, and we are in a pivotal time right now to help prioritize adolescent and young adult physical and mental health, specifically over the interest of big tobacco. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Bill HB 551 HD1.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay Stroud.
Yes, Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Lindsay Stroud. I'm Director of the Consumer Center at the Taxpayers Protection Alliance and a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. And like the previous bill, this is all about the supposed youth vaping epidemic. There is no epidemic. According to data from the CDC and FDA's National Tobacco Survey, youth vaping has decreased by 53%, from 20% of middle and high school students in 2019 to 9.4% in 2022. In just 4 years, we went from 1 in 5 American youth using e-cigarettes to less than 1 in 10 using them last year. Even better, less than 2% of youth reported using cigars, combustible cigarettes, or smokeless tobacco in 2022. According to the CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which we still do not have state-specific data for, including Hawaii, vaping among U.S. high school students decreased by 45%, from 32.7% in 2019 to 18% in 2021. Now, opponent organizations keep downplaying these reductions and point to the pandemic, yet, as I found in my research, youth vaping has decreased in states like Florida, which was open during the pandemic, and in Washington, D.C., which closed down their schools several times. Opponent organizations are also ignoring the same data that points to reasons why youth are using e-cigarettes. In 2017, I know it's dated, among Hawaiian high school students that had ever used e-cigarettes, 38.9% cited other as a reason for use, compared to 26.4% who had cited using them because of flavors. Nationally, according to the CDC, in 2021, among middle and high school students that were currently using e-cigarettes, nearly half, or 43.4%, cited using them because they felt anxious, stressed, or depressed. Only 13.2% cited using them because of flavors. We should refrain from excessive taxes and bans until we have the full scope of how many Hawaiian youth are actually using e-cigarettes. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to support with recommendations House Bill 551 HD1 relating to health. We have our written testimony and we stand on that. I just wanted to just add a few words after the last speaker. The data for 2019 and 2021 has been an anomaly because of the pandemic, and a lot of kids were at home, and so then they don't have captured like the actual data. So that's something to consider when thinking about the last few years if we see national numbers are down. We do have some recommendations in our written testimony to strengthen the bill, and we hope that you would consider that. Thank you again to support, allow us to support this very important bill to protect the keiki in our state. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii State Youth Commission.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Committee. My name is Hana Lei, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Hawaii State Youth Commission. The Commission is in strong support of HB 551 HD1. As representatives of the youth of Hawaii, the Commission is committed to promoting inclusivity, opportunity, and progress in Hawaii. This includes the health of Hawaii's youth. That is why the Commission strongly supports this measure, because its efforts to end the sale and mislabeling of flavored tobacco products is crucial to improving the health and lives of Hawaii's youth. For far too long, this issue has been brushed aside by tobacco companies, lobbyists, and interest groups, whose profits come from targeting and hooking kids on addictive substances. We must acknowledge that flavored tobacco products are a severe threat to the health of our youth, and that simple ban of flavored products is a critical and necessary step towards a better future. Prioritize keiki lives. As a representative of the children and youth of Hawaii, we beg of you to let this year be the year for change, to help us from this epidemic. Therefore, the Hawaii State Youth Commission strongly urges the committee to pass HB 551 HD1. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii COPD Coalition. Not here. Okay, we're gonna move on to Branson Hataken Naka, sorry. Not here? Okay, I think that's our last testifier that we have scheduled. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Mr. Weissman, are you still on the line? Don? Weissman?
I am.
You are?
I'm here.
Okay. First a confession and then a question. Many years ago, there's a cigarette called Newport. It was menthol, and it's got me smoking for a while, but I quit. But what first interested me about vaping and why these instruments were important is because, and you used the word cessation. What does the data say? Because I haven't got any data that says cessation for those who've been smoking a long time, which I wish I would have had it long ago. Is there anything that says the cessation issue, other than being a marketing issue, has actually worked? And if Ms. Lindsay Stroud has some data, I would love to see it. Because I've asked the tobacco people for years for this, and I haven't got it. Have you got anything? Because you use the word cessation.
Yeah, I did. And they're not approved as a cessation device because they haven't been proven successful in that use. Nor have they now been proven to be safer. They're, like I said, from a cardiovascular standpoint, which is, of course, our biggest health issue in our state, from a death and disability standpoint, and leading cause of healthcare cost in our state, that it's it doesn't prove to be healthier from a cardiovascular standpoint, and there's no federal there's no published research that's been peer-reviewed that except for out-of-country data where e-cigarettes are regulated at a much lower rate of nicotine, so you can't really compare it to our country. They're not. Okay. They haven't been shown to be successful.
So
as a
the data doesn't indicate cessation is actually a viable use of this. Does Lindsay Straub have anything to say? I don't want to call her out unless she's got something, but
Yes, thank you. I do have stuff to say.
Okay,
I do have stuff to say. Thank you. So the FDA actually has issued authorization orders, I want to say to like 9 different e-cigarettes. Yes, they are tobacco flavored. They have found them, the big standard is appropriate for the protection of public health. The heated not burn, the novel tobacco product has actually been, they're allowed to make, they've done a modified risk disclaimer, so they've spent billions of dollars to be able to market their product as less harmful. There is data indicating that these products do help smokers quit smoking, and that flavors are important for it, especially.
Repeat that last sentence. there is data that says what?
That these help adult smokers or adults who smoke quit smoking. I can send it to you in an email. I don't have
Okay.
it like on my
So
hands
there
right
is some
now.
data that cessation does work for some, but it not.
Yes, but they're not allowed to market it as a cessation under the FDA
Okay.
regulations. So that's when you hear the disclaimers on all the things. You're not allowed to sit there and say that. You're not allowed to unless you went through the marketing process to get that modified risk order.
Okay, last question. Are Cools still available to be sold in Hawaii? Cool cigarettes, that is.
I haven't seen a cool cigarette in years, but I know menthol cigarettes are still allowed
Mr.
to be
Weissman,
sold.
is it, you mentioned something. Is it all cigarettes with tobacco, with menthol like Cools and Newport, et cetera? Are they now banned with this bill? Question mark.
With this bill, they would be, yes.
They would be. Okay, I thought that was there. It wasn't too clear. Thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very
Well,
much.
I can speak to the question about cessation, because there is actually a lot of data on this from general populations.
With your permission, Chair?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please proceed, sir.
The studies of general population show that people who use e-cigarettes are less likely to quit smoking cigarettes. They also show that ex-smokers who use e-cigarettes are more likely to relapse. So the evidence goes quite against what you've been hearing.
It's
That
opposite,
e-cigarettes
in
don't
fact.
help people to quit, and they prompt relapse among people who have successfully quit.
Thank you for that footnote. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, just to clarify, and thank you very much for Representative Ward for asking. The process when we're in question is, and that's the downside to me in Zoom, is that people can just jump in, is you have to be recognized with a question to be able to respond. That's proper decorum during our hearings. So I'll just make that statement. Okay, members, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill. Okay, we're on House Bill 984 HD1. First up is the Attorney General.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dave Day. I am the Special Assistant to Attorney General Ann Lopez. The Department of the Attorney General strongly supports HB 984. For nearly 2 centuries, Hawaii has enacted and perpetuated reasonable, common sense gun laws intended to keep the people safe from gun violence. And this tradition prevailed over the centuries, as is reflected in Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 134, which pertains to firearms and dangerous weapons. Last year, 2022, however, was a pivotal year for the firearm regulation in our country. Among other things, prior to 2022, handguns were generally not permitted to be carried in public in Hawaii, whether concealed or openly, unless a person could demonstrate an urgency or a specific need. Prior to 2022, handgun laws nationwide, when challenged in court under the Second Amendment, were subjected to a legal analysis known as ends means. This test involved balancing of interests between citizens wishing to carry guns and the state's modern concerns framed within a modern context. But following the U.S. Supreme Court's 2022 case of New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, which is known as the Bruin case, as I'm sure you'll hear a lot today, states are generally required to allow law-abiding citizens to carry concealed weapons in public. But more than this, Hawaii has had to reassess its long-standing laws regulating firearms under a new legal framework set forth in the Bruin case, which introduced a new legal test concerning whether a regulation is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearms regulation. Because of Bruin, HB 984 reframes the state's robust firearms laws to exist in a post-Bruin landscape. HB 984 will help preserve the safe and welcoming character of our society while also respecting the exercise of Second Amendment rights. The Department of the Attorney General strongly supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is DBET. Not here. Okay, University of Hawaii on Zoom. Not present. Okay, next up is the Honolulu Police Department.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee. I'm Joseph Trinidad, Major of the Records and Identification Division of the Honolulu Police Department. The Honolulu Police Department supports the intent of House Bill 984 HD1 relating to firearms and shares the following comments and concerns. The Honolulu Police Department is concerned with the section of the bill regarding unlawful conduct while carrying a firearm, as it would be difficult to enforce and prosecute. The Honolulu Police Department appreciates the intent of this section. However, enforcement and prosecution of this section would require either the observation of the consumption of alcohol, intoxicating liquor, or controlled substance, or proof of intoxication. Proof of intoxication would require a legal threshold limit and administrative procedures to legally allow law enforcement to draw blood or take a breath sample. Additionally, we are concerned with the section of this bill that outlines the required information on the license to carry card itself. Each county in the state of Hawaii has different equipment and capabilities. The Honolulu Police Department currently does not have the equipment to capture the licensee's signature and would require additional funding to purchase the necessary equipment. An additional safety concern is that the licensee's address would be exposed if his or her card were lost. We thank you for the consideration of our concerns regarding House Bill 984 HD1 relating to firearms and for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Pu'uloa Rifle and Pistol Club on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yes, don't know my camera's working, but my name is Jerry Ewan. I'm president of the Pu'uloa Rifle and Pistol Club. I oppose this bill on the grounds of unconstitutionality. That's one of them. And to me, this whole law is moving the goalpost again. The original HRS 134, as stated, gun owners tried to comply with that, but with Bruin came up, they were able to actually apply. When they applied, they were told, wait, the chief is going to have to make some adjustments to the qualifications and requirements. So Chief Logan set forth his requirements. Again, gun owners jumped through the hoops, put in their applications, met the requirements, and this is, again, moving the goalpost. So I'm sure a lot of gun owners at this time who are applying for a concealed carry, they're willing to sue. And pretty much that's it for my testimony. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much. Hawaii Bankers Association. Not here. Okay. Next is Brady, Hawaii. Not here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is,
Please, go ahead.
Mad of Brady, Hawaii.
You can
You can hear
proceed. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very short. I know it's late. I represent Brady, Hawaii. I just would like, we strongly support this bill and the hard work that the Attorney General and others have put into it. We'd just like to let you know that at least 30 concealed carry permits have already been issued, and at present, there are no restrictions on where guns can be carried. And this number is there are almost 500 applications pending, and the numbers are only going to grow. So we need Hawaii's residents need protections in schools, in government buildings. There was an incident last week at the Judiciary Committee hearing where an individual with an unconcealed gun walked in, and that set off some concern. So these bills are desperately needed. They are not unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has given states permission to identify sensitive spaces where guns cannot be carried as long as they are objective. And the list in 984 is objective. And we thank you for your attention to this matter, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Firearms Coalition? Not here. Okay, Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. I am Angelina Mercado, the Executive Director of the Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And the Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence addresses the social, political, and economic impacts of domestic violence on individuals, families, and communities. And we are a statewide partnership of domestic violence programs and shelters. On behalf of our 28 member programs, we are in strong support of this measure for the potential impact it has on our survivors and their families. And we actually would respectfully suggest an amendment. We are extremely grateful that this measure includes our domestic violence shelters in its protected places. And our recommendation is really to broaden that, because our survivors actually receive services outside of shelter, and not all survivors go to shelter. So that would include places like where they may be counseling, in the program setting and at an organization. We also have court-ordered visitation. And in those court-ordered visitation sites, those would be places that are not in the domestic violence shelter, because those are obviously locations that are not revealed, but also is one of the highest places of risk and danger, and where survivors feel the most vulnerable. So in our written testimony, we've indicated where there was a recent case in California where a father was engaged in court-ordered visitation at a church, and I know that that's included in here, but in our case, our visitation programs are not in a church, where he actually shot all 3 of his daughters. So the incidence or presence of firearms in domestic violence situations is extremely dangerous, and we want to make sure that we protect all of our survivors, their children, their family, and the community at large. And we're eternally grateful that you have heard this measure and you've heard our suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Nathan Soriano? Person not here. Okay, Michael Elliott.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and remaining members. My name is Michael Elliott. I'm a veteran small business owner, strong Second Amendment supporter, one of the 30, the concealed carry permit for the state. The bill as written has a lot of flaws and problems. I asked that in the testimony I submitted, there are 2 videos at the very end. One is an interview with the attorney that argued the Bruin case before the Supreme Court, and another one addresses this bill and 1230, its companion, on the Senate side, also as to why it will fail and will meet with lawsuit if it is passed. The Attorney General's office sent individuals up here talking about long-standing history and tradition. There is a finite guidance within the Supreme Court's guidance from 1791 to about the 1820s, and they have to be laws that were in place, or they have to be historically analogous to, is what that limitation is, which limits it down to about 5 places. We talk about polling places, legislatures, judiciary, schools, and then jails and prisons. Usually is that 5. And if you look at other states and their sensitive places laws that have had concealed carry for a number of years, you'll see something very, very similar. The law is 74 pages of just stuff that was thrown together. It should have been broken out into different bills, for one. And the thing that's going to happen is if this bill does pass, it will be met with multiple lawsuits immediately from different organizations that are watching what is happening here. If you look at what's been happening in New York, New Jersey, Delaware's got one that they just got slapped because they asked for another year to find history that goes back to the founding for laws, and they couldn't provide anything to the court. And they asked to come back in 2024. They weren't allowed to. I would ask that you look at what's been happening in those cases, because this bill, the text of it is very much a cut and paste of those bills that were passed in New Jersey, have a TRO. Now they have the current, their appeal, on appeal right now. And then in New York, they were allowed to institute some of it, but that's also under appeal and facing additional scrutiny also from in the state of New York. New York State failed to file one of their motions that was due on the 20th that the court asked for. They didn't even do it. So there's some aspect of it that seems that the court is or the state is giving up. And then a number of members of the Senate in New York filed an amicus brief also supporting the Second Amendment rights and against the bill that is currently had been passed and is in place in New York. So I just ask you to look at the financial aspects of this, as this is the Finance Committee, and it could be very burdensome, and the Attorney General's office may be hat in hand asking for money to try to defend these cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on. Marcus Tanaka.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So I stand in opposition of this bill, and what I would ask is, because we're dealing with a right, we're not dealing with like a parking stall or speed limits, things like that. Before you pass any bill, you have to make sure it'll stand up in court. It doesn't violate people's rights. So I suggest, if you guys haven't done so already, ask the Attorney General, what is the history and tradition behind each one of these sensitive places, which is basically everywhere but the public sidewalk, okay? And then they need to come back with, like my friend said before me, between a certain period of time, 1791 to like 1820 or so. Anything outside of that is not history. And if there is historical, then now it has to be applied in majority of the states, because its tradition comes after that. So if they cannot answer that, either on the spot or within a few minutes, because, we have it booked wrong, we need to go refer to it, then they don't have evidence that this will stand up in court. We need to ask them, can we successfully, keyword is successfully, defend this in court and win? Ask the Attorney General in the last 7 years, how many Second Amendment lawsuits have they won? Not settled, not we changed the law so the lawsuit was dismissed, but how many have they actually won in court? The answer is going to be 0. Right now, there's one pending, the Young versus Hawaii. Attorney General, spending $185,000 on just that one lawsuit that's still pending. Okay, because they're taking it to trial. So because this is a finance committee, you guys are going to have to flip the bill for whatever defense costs. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Peter Roa.
Hi guys, Peter with Hawaii Tactical Division. Thanks for listening to me today. I just wanted to say I did make a written testimony. I wish everyone was here to hear me, but I guess they're too busy to hear us. Anyway, I just sitting here came up with a few things, and I wanted to say that domestic violence is bad. Violence in general, all the time, is bad. Us CCW holders, the people that go to apply and go through this rigorous process to get a CCW license to carry, we are not violent people, and we're tired of being the victim. I know you see a lot of men come up here, but there's a lot of women out there too that want to carry, that are also victims of domestic violence. And what this bill aims to do is disarm those people that want to protect themselves. Think about them. They do too. We have a lot of them. We have a lot of students. I'm also an instructor for CCW, but you're going to disarm them and put them in places like where they're going to be most vulnerable, where criminals who don't go and get a CCW permit, where they're going to go. More than 90% of these mass shootings happen in places in gun-free zones. So please, I'm asking you guys to please stop disarming the good guys. They want to protect themselves from these domestic violence abusers, all these people who do bad things. Please, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jason Woodford? Sorry.
Committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Jason Wolford. I'm testifying in strong opposition to this bill. I've submitted written testimony, but I'd also like to add a few things to that testimony today. In this bill, besides the unconstitutionality of the sensitive places, which has already been covered, I'd like to address that this bill requires that every 4 years you must take a class in order to acquire a firearm. I simply ask, what does this serve other than to help burden residents with an added cost and time to exercise their Second Amendment right? The CDC has stated there was 50 deaths by firearms in Hawaii. It doesn't differentiate between suicide, accidents, or murders, but regardless, 50 deaths by firearms, which are too many. Last year, there was 117 deaths in vehicle crashes in the state of Hawaii. That's more than twice the number of gun deaths. If public safety is truly your concern, why are we not requiring drivers to have driver ed classes every time you renew your driver's license? Driving is a privilege and not a constitutional right. As stated before, the hundreds of thousands of dollars the AG has spent in the Young v. Hawaii case and has not won that case, as well as many other cases. You will be spending much more of our money, taxpayers' money, in trying to defend this. The AG in his testimony said he believes he can defend this bill if it becomes law. He does not state that he can defend it, or even give examples of text, history, or tradition that backs him up. The 170 years that he cites of Hawaii's history does not meet the requirement set forth by the Supreme Court in the Bruin case. The Second Amendment became law in 1791 when it was ratified. So 170 years minus 2023 does not equal 1791. So I simply ask, why would you waste time and money on things that are already in litigation? Why not wait until those have been solved, and then we can have an honest discussion about where things should go from there? Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I'll be available if questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Haleopola Spa and Bethany, yeah, please.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Ilima De Costa. I am the owner of Haleola Spa and...
Excuse me, you know what, we don't allow you to put up signs or things.
Oh, it's not a sign. It's a photograph of my daughter who died by gun violence.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show you.
Yeah, we just don't allow props, sorry.
I appreciate that. Next time I'll put it on my shirt. But basically, I want people to know that this is not just about money, although I don't know how much your child's life is worth. My child's life is worth a lot. I miss her very much. She's not going to come back. And she's not going to come back because of one bullet to the back of her head. We don't know who did it to her, but she likely did not do it. I am in support of this bill. And the reason why I'm in support of HB 984 is because this is no gain. She is not going to come back. She's not going to get to testify. She's not going to be able to help anybody else. I think it's important that we keep our community safe. I think it's important that we value our loved ones. And I think that that's exactly what we're trying to do with HB 984. I don't think it's unreasonable. What I do think is unreasonable is to expect that the state of Hawaii would have some rule or law that dated back to 1791 when we were not even a state at that time. There's not even a clear idea of how Hawaii became a state right now. We're not sure that Hawaii is a legitimate state. So before we start talking about 1791 and Hawaii has to have had these laws in place, let's remind ourselves that Hawaii was an independent nation until it was overtaken by the United States in 1898. In 1893, the Queen was overthrown. So to me, that's violence. We don't need to perpetuate more violence. I think that bringing guns into government offices, government buildings, into the hearing last week, when we were in the hearing last week, that's unacceptable. So again, I urge you to consider any common sense measures to help to reduce the instances of gun violence, because I love my daughter very much, and I wish she were here, because I don't want to have to spend my time every single week coming to testify, but I'm going to continue to testify until we have common sense laws in place. I thank you very much, and I urge the passage of this measure. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up is Rochelle Logan. Okay, next is Andrew Namiku Roberts.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Andrew Namiku Roberts. I'm a director for Hawaii Firearms Coalition, and I'm giving testimony in opposition to this bill. Almost every aspect of this bill has been challenged in other states and has been found to some degree to already be unconstitutional, many of which have had TROs against them. With this bill, the financial cost to individuals is far too great. We currently charge between $40 and $50 for a driving license that's good for 8 years. But in this circumstance, for some reason, we've put the price at $150 to exercise a constitutional right. I don't get where that number comes from. I don't get the justification. With 50 to 60,000 people per year expected to apply for these licenses, we're talking about $7.5 million in assets collected just to process a license. And again, it's a constitutional right. It goes way beyond what other states are charging. The license term is very, very short, and we shouldn't be charging that much. And then on top of that, we also have the financial costs to the state should they pass this bill. As I said, there's a lot in this bill that's already been ruled on as unconstitutional or is in the process of being ruled unconstitutional. It doesn't fit within the Bruin decision. It's likely that it's going to face a lawsuit. We know exactly how many people this law affects. Currently, it would affect 600 people. If a lawsuit is filed, it's likely that that lawsuit could be challenged by every single one of those. And if damages are applied to that, even at $1,000 per person, that's $600,000. And that's for denying them a constitutional right or affecting their ability to exercise their right in a meaningful way. I apologize about the delay in getting to you guys. I appreciate you guys' time today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Firearms Coalition and Active Self-Protection. On Zoom. Not here. Okay. Todd Yukutake.
Aloha Finance Committee, Todd Yukutake, and I'm opposed to HB 894. As said in the past, in last year's historical Second Amendment U.S. Supreme Court decision, it was held that any restrictions on the Second Amendment must be backed by text, history, and tradition, not interest balancing, which was used in the past. Basically, you said, you compared both sides and you decided, there's a reason to have this law. But now it is only text, history, and tradition. Basically, similar laws must have generally been in place in the states, not territories, at the time of the Constitution ratification in 1791. Constitution is the law of the land, and the Hawaii must abide by it. No historical analogs have been provided to back up HB 984. In New Jersey's lawsuit, the federal judge ruled that the legislature should have had the historical analogs prior to passing the law. If this was challenged in court and you were put on the stand in court, would you be able to justify passing this law with historical analogs? Probably not. So you should, I recommend you hold off on voting for this bill until you have analyzed the historical analogs. Perhaps the AG's office could provide you with them today. They can go over it this weekend. But make sure you have that before advancing this bill. This bill, besides the legal costs, this bill raises the cost for people and the police departments. The $150 CCW licensing fee is a 15 times increase to the $10 fee that we're paying right now. This is too much. for the people of Hawaii. There's also extra costs for training requirements. They changed it. Before, it used to be you just take a firearms training course one time and you could get your permit to acquire a license. But now you have to take a training course every 4 years. And those courses can be expensive, about $250. So it may not seem like much, but those are extra costs for us. It also affects the police department. Right now, they have a lot of CCW applications pending, but I heard they only have 30 approved so far in the past 2 months. It's estimated that once CCW carriers get trained and apply for their permits, there's going to be about 15,000 license holders in Hawaii. Well, actually, no, that's just in Oahu alone. So, police department seems to be lagging with probably due to manpower shortages. Like for me, I registered my gun 3 weeks ago. I'm supposed to get my registration form back within a few days, but it's been 3 weeks. So, it seems like HPD is having a hard time keeping up with demand right now. There are some good things in this bill, like the 4-year statewide permits, better definition of mental health, and some corrections from past lawsuits, like allowing Samoan nationals to be able to acquire firearms in Hawaii. However, the vast majority of it is bad, and that's why I oppose this bill. So please oppose this, or at least hold off on voting for this bill until you read it. Make sure it's not one of those bills where they say, trust us, it's good on it, pass it. You don't have to read it right now. You can read it later. Make sure it's not one of those things. Yeah? And remember, we are the good guys. Go punish the bad guys. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. David Skies. Not here. Okay, Samuel Peck on Zoom. Not here. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay. There's someone there. Okay, Michael Rice. Yeah. We're gonna let you, hold on.
Aloha, Michael Rice, testifying in opposition to this bill. A few things that have not been mentioned yet would be the fact that if this bill, when this bill is challenged legally, it will face many lawsuits, and everything this bill touches will be thrown out. That would include registration. So this could work. This could work out for us if this bill goes through. We won't have to register our guns anymore or get permits. The thing I keep hearing from the opposition is safety, safety, safety. Even HPD, their main concern is enforcement. Well, most of these places, they don't have security guards, they don't have metal detectors, they don't have any form to search in these areas. So, I mean, I hate to cause paranoia, but there could be people in that room right now armed and you would not know. Just as there could be people going into these businesses and you would not know whether they're carrying legally or illegally, because it's concealed. And if it's concealed properly, you will not know it's there. So how would you enforce on this? It would be pretty much impossible to do so. Another thing I wanted to mention, where did I put my note? I apologize. Okay, the expenses. As mentioned, I will be taking part in some of these lawsuits with various groups, including the Gun Owners of America, as well as HIFICO. And again, ask your AG how many lawsuits they've won against Alan Beck. Other than that, I started a remainder of my testimony. Please defer this bill, kill it, whatever you have to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask HPD a question? Thank you, sir, for coming and sitting and being patient. Could you give a bit of a history of an active shooter in Hawaii? Have we had any or many, or and where they've taken place, et cetera?
That's a great question, sir. For me, for active shooter, again, most recently we again, I don't know if it'd be considered mass shooting though. We lost our 2 officers in January, I think 2020. Sorry, in Waikiki. Even past that, the Xerox shooting.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually a beat officer at the time.
On Nimitz Highway, was it?
Yes, sir. That's the one I recall.
So that's been
it's
10,
been-
15, 20 years ago. That was a massive, how many people died
I
in
believe 6.
Six
Yes, sir.
people.
Thank
okay.
you, sir. Yes, 6.
So that was the massive shooting.
Yes, sir.
As I read the bill, where can you conceal and carry? Where can you carry a concealed weapon? Given we've got 2 or 3 pages of you can't do it here, you can't do it there. What's your sense of that?
Yeah, it's again from our standpoint. I'm only speaking for the Honolulu Police Department, and Chief Logan's brought it up a couple of days ago at the reading of Bill 57 at the city level. Our main issue is enforcement. Yeah, again, we're not lawmakers. We're law enforcement, and for us, you got to make it simple so even the public can understand the rules or whatever, and for our officers to enforce it. You got to just say it.
And I think that is rightly so. My concern would be public safety. But
Yes, sir.
public
Of
safety
course.
in the sense where these things happen on the mainland. They're in a shopping mall,
Yes, sir.
or they're in a massive, or in a school setting. But if you don't have permission for the guys who got the guns to get the bad guys, restricting the good guys to where you guys can't be is contradictory to what concealed to carry could be helpful for. In other words, public safety to me is the only
First and
advantage
foremost,
of
yes, sir.
having this concealed to carry. But then again, that's a perspective that we'll have to see.
Yes,
Anyways,
sir.
thank you for your patience waiting
Oh.
until the very end for
No
this.
worries,
Appreciate it.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you, sir.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Dr. Kobayashi.
For Attorney General, this bill has a severability clause, but I'm worried about whether there is a possibility that someone might file suit, and the suit would ask that the entire bill or the entire law be suspended. Is there a way of protecting against that? You know, before something is called unconstitutional and hence severable.
Sure. So I think I'm having a little bit of trouble envisioning what that claim would be to strike a bill in its entirety with so many this is an omnibus bill. It has many different provisions.
Yes.
I think that the legal analysis for all of the different portions of it would largely be distinct. And I think that the severability clause would provide protection with respect to specific challenges to specific provisions. As far as a facial challenge to the entire bill, I think that it would be speculation to even envision what that claim would look like. But I'd be happy to follow up with you if you have some thoughts on that.
Would you comment on the statement about there should have been a history and context in Hawaii between the 1791 period to the early 1800 period?
That's a misstatement of Bruin.
Oh.
And so that period of time that they're pointing to in the history and analysis. So this dates back from the Heller case, the McDonald case, as well as in the Bruin case. We're not limited to just that time period, and it's plain from the face of that decision that the history and traditions analysis is not limited to that time period. And in fact, the questions that have been being asked about specific provisions and, the justifications for that. They're basically asking us to litigate the entire case, a hypothetical lawsuit in this legislative forum. The fact of the matter is, when it comes to litigation, is that even without this bill, we've already been sued in the past year about 5 or 6 times on the existing law. The fact is that with every single state that has passed any attempt after Bruin, they've of course been sued 5 ways to Sunday, and we've expected that. At our budget hearing earlier this year, in January, we noted that in asking for an increase in the litigation budget, specifically based upon the increased risks associated with the Bruin case. And that's not limited to just this bill, or any bill that's going to be passed, but it's based upon the existing laws. I think just in the past 2 months, we've already been sued twice on existing laws. So, to say that this is creating some sort of new liability on the state or some novel liability is just not borne out by the facts. The fact is that since the Bruin case, in particular since the Bruin case, but ever since the Heller case as well, it's just that Second Amendment litigation has skyrocketed nationwide. It's not something that's unique to Hawaii. It's something that is unique, or that is going to be dealt with in any state that chooses to enact reasonable, common sense gun measures.
So, would you comment on the statement that the government has the burden to show context, text, and history in passing firearm gun legislation?
Sure. So this is relating to the litigation test. So this is a litigation standard that's set forth in the New York or in the Bruin case. And this is one, again, this is something that's very novel. It was something that was newly set forth in the Bruin case. And so it's a 2-step analysis. The first step is whether or not the Second Amendment's plain text covers the individual's conduct. And if so, there is an issue, and exactly how this applies in courts is something that's still open to discussion. But it's basically, can the government point to an analogous, a historical analog? And so again, this is something that's kind of, at this point, not really clear exactly how it's going to apply in the courts and how it's going to come out in the end. But can we point to a historical analog of something in the nation's history justifying a specific regulation? And so that's the standard. Exactly how that's going to come out in the end, in any Supreme Court case, in any specific context, we have no ability to project that. Beyond, there's been a handful of decisions that have come out so far. There's 677 district court judges in the nation. And, the cases that have been pointed to by some of the testifiers are two judges. And then one of the judges in particular, largely that decision was stayed. That's something that was omitted in the testimony by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. So, this is all very much new, novel, but ultimately something where we have these laws on the books right now. Chapter 134 exists, and now in Bruin, and these bills that you've been seeing are reframing these laws in light of Bruin. And so that would be my statement on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Representative Ward.
Just to follow up, sir, do you know how many concealed to carry permits there are in the state, and then particularly on Oahu? Or maybe the HPD knows that.
Yeah, so I can say that I do not know. So the police departments in the state are the issuing authorities, and so I don't personally have those statistics.
They don't feed back to you. But in your reading of the bill, I don't see shopping centers in there. Was that purposeful, or is that unintended? I looked 3 times at all of the things that
So I believe that with shopping centers, that would fall under the private property. And so unless I'm missing something here.
Well, what page is it?
So this is on page, let me pull this up.
The bill?
It's in the bill.
Page.
So this would be on page 12, my colleague Nick tells me.
Page 12.
So this is section 134-E.
My bill only goes to page 10. Okay, what? No, just read it. Just read it.
Oh, sure. So 134-E is a new section which basically relates to the rule regarding how you can carry on private property. So shopping centers are private property, and so what the bill provides.
That's really broad, though. I mean, private property.
Oh, what this provides is it's not, private property is not what's called a sensitive location per se. So what this is it provides, this is actually something that honors private property rights. It's something where it says that if you are a private property owner, that you have a choice about whether or not you want to allow guns on your property.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay. Members, as I stated before, we're going to adjourn today. We're going to recess. We're going to adjourn today because I'm going to repost decision-making later. So thank you very much for staying, and we thank all the testifiers for testifying. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.